What's up, everybody? All right.
Let's play a game, then give us a call sign, then give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game. Get your panties out of a twist, then give us a call sign, or beat it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the After Chat. This is really your opportunity to ask questions, not just of me, but of many amateur radio folks in the HRCC community on our Discord. A ton of really smart people. So we generally got you covered. So if you have a question, you should join us in the Discord. Take the link in the video description to our Discord. Make sure you go in there and set a microphone and a speaker and bind a PTT button so you can talk. And then once you got into the Discord, scroll down on the left side on the chat rooms, go to hashtag live-stream. That's the text chat. It's kind of like a chat room. And then two below that is live-stream/afterchat. Is that right? I screwed myself up. Hold on. It is live stream is the text chat. Live stream/after chat is the voice chat. And you'll know because you'll hear people talking. Just go ahead and dive in there. If people are talking, you can dive in and introduce yourself. But we'll get around to that too. Anyway, so yes, there's a lot of people. I can already see lots of people with questions. That's great. So if you're in the Yaesu, or geez, I'm thinking of, my mind is going in many different directions, folks. If you have questions, we will take them from YouTube as well. You don't have to be in the Discord, so don't worry about that. You notice the title. The title is like, what's the best value in amateur radio? So I think right off the top, I'll just say mine. I think it's right now the QMX. The QMX is like, what a crazy radio you can get for the price, and the capability that comes along with it is just phenomenal. I know there's a number of people that are waiting in the Discord chat. People that are there every week, we appreciate you. So if you are thinking of your own ideas, don't worry, we'll take some time to get your thoughts on that as well. But yeah, what an interesting surprise there with the audio quality out of that QMX on the voice today. I was very, very impressed by that. So okay, let's see, where are we going? Yep, let's go ahead and say hi to our friends in the after chat so you can hear everybody.
Hear me, and
howdy.
I'm like, oh, hey, Josh.
Sorry, James.
Go ahead.
Yeah. How's it going?
I was just, selectivity is awesome.
Okay. Yeah, so how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the After Chat. Thanks for joining us. How you doing this fine evening?
The After Chat is after chatting.
Yeah, you guys are chatting it up before I got here. That's fantastic. So, yeah, keep your thoughts on what the best value in amateur radio is. It doesn't have to be a radio. It could be a gear item. It could be an antenna. It could be a crimping tool for all I care, right? I'd love to hear your thoughts, and we will get to you as we go along. But almost every time we're live, except for if I'm interviewing somebody or something special, the After Chat always starts out with first-timers getting recognized for joining us. So if you are on the Discord, and this is your first time on the Discord, you've never been on before, we'd love it if you came forward and said hi, introduce yourself, and if you have a question, you get top priority. You can ask your question right there, and we'll help you out. So who here is here for the first time and like to say hi and or ask a question? Come now.
Hi, my name's Emily.
Hi, Emily. How are you doing?
I'm good. I've actually met you, but this is my first time in Discord.
Did we meet at Hamvention this last weekend, or?
Yes, we did. I was with Junie and the Ducks.
Oh, okay. Very good. Yeah. That is Mochi is one of the Ducks, right?
Yes, we were with Mochi. Yeah, I came up and said that you helped me, inspire me to get my extra, and I have it, so.
Oh, congratulations.
And I just thanked you. Thank you. I've only been in ham radio for like 2-3 months since I was licensed on like March 27th.
Wow, and you went straight to... Oh, yes. Wait, did you come to the Troll Pub?
Yes, I did. I did also.
I know exactly who you are. Now I've put the face. I've got it lined up. Yes, Emily, you're... Somebody was telling me that you're quite competitive in the world of hobbies. You picked up a bunch of hobbies, right? And then you tried them all out, and you're like, amateur radio is the thing for me. Is that about right? Have I got that story correct?
That's close. I have a bunch of random hobbies.
Sure. Yeah.
And this is one of them. I sometimes will learn about something and then dive headfirst in, and I did that with ham radio.
You dove headfirst into amateur radio, and then like you struck your head all the way at the bottom where the extra license is, because now you have your extra. So that's amazing. So wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I think I had one like a week ago, but I don't have one now. But thank you for everything.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks for joining us. And if that changes and you do have a question, feel free to dive back in and ask it. Your credit still remains. You get top billing if you got a question. So thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Who's next? Who's here for the first time and like to say hi or ask a question? Come now. We got a lot of new faces in the chat. I see, and by faces, I mean new avatars that are not familiar to me. So I'm guessing there's a couple of you that we haven't talked to yet. But that's okay. You could be mucking with your settings. So reminder, set a microphone and a speaker in the lower left corner, the little gear icon for settings, and bind a PTT button, and then you can talk with us. So anyway, if you guys want to say hi in a little bit, you can. So I guess we can dive right into it. Who wants to talk about what they think is the best value in amateur radio? Who wants to be the first one?
I think the QDX is the best value in amateur radio transceiver for WSJTX.
Yeah, right now it's really hard to beat, and not only is the QMX a good CW radio. I mean, that's what it was designed to do. It'll do WSJTX, and then now you've got single sideband, and as we all heard, the audio is very impressive for what it is. I'm shocked by how good that was. Very punchy.
Oh, I got the push to talk to work. It's my first time, and I have a related question.
Oh, is it Tierney? Am I saying that right?
Yes, Tierney. It's an Irish last name. No good reason why it's my name.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll pause on the best value, and Tierney, go ahead with your question, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks. I'm definitely interested in the question of best value because a lot of the radios you discussed today are on my list. So I got my license in spring of 2020 because I thought I was going to have a lot of free time to learn the hobby.
Yeah.
And actually, I got my local club to give the test in a park instead of cancel it. So anyway, I got
nice.
An ICOM.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was good. But I got an ICOM 7300, and I was like setting it up and kind of getting into it, but then it became homeschool. So I've been getting back into it lately, and my kids are older, and now they've discovered that I've been hiking places and that it's outside and I'm throwing stuff in trees, and they're like, oh, this seems cool. So they're interested in it. So that's great.
That's great.
But the stress is on me now is because I don't feel like I'm very good at finding frequencies and tuning in. And I haven't been hauling my ICOM up there. I'm just like, I'm learning CW.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what to do. I just have a little Yaesu handheld right now. So what I'm interested in is the best value but also very beginner friendly. Also, that would be good for CW rig to be taking my kids outdoors. I live in Bend, Oregon. We have lots of summits here and parks that are great for all of that. So, yeah, give me a good recommendation.
I love it. This is so cool. Like, this is okay. So you're a mom. You got some kids. You're doing some hiking. And you're like, how do I bring amateur radio into this? So you're thinking you're learning CW. This is amazing. This is so cool. So
yeah, I just also want their experience to be fun and not want to suck at this.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Well, okay, so you get the Blue Star Great Mom award right off the bat. That's super cool.
Thank you.
There's so many ways you can go, right? And so the first thing we always ask is like, what's your budget, right? Because we have lots of solutions, but I'm assuming in your case you're going to need an antenna, a radio, and a battery power, solution of some kind, right? Or do you have some of that gear already?
I got some antennas. All right, so here's my thing. I have an end-fed wire antenna. I have this this other antenna on order that's coming in. So I think I'm good with antennas. That would be a good start. And my budget is basically, I've been looking at Elecraft used, and I was wondering about the Yaesu that just came out, but that seems like too much. Like, I don't know. But then I follow Salty Walt, and he's just like G90, G90, G90. So, but then I've heard from others that maybe the CW is not very fun on that. So I don't know.
Yeah, so okay, then we should also focus in on, this is a radio solution for doing CW that you can hike with specifically, or just be outdoors? Because those are two kind of different things, right?
Yeah, well, ideally hike with, but I'm pretty good at hiking with packs, so it doesn't have to be the smallest thing.
Okay. Yeah, so the radio we talked about earlier was the QMX, that little guy. And you can buy them built, like they'll build it for you and ship it out to you, which is great. Otherwise, it's a kit radio. The G90 is a little on the heavy side for backpacking from my point of view, because you still need to carry in your antenna and your battery. And yeah, you could distribute the load to your kids, kind of like we do in Scouts and all that, and that works perfectly. Do you not have? So you have no HF radio right now?
Well, right now I have an ICOM 7300,
okay,
and I guess
I did hear you say that.
And I'm that QMX looks super cool, but like I have no idea if my skill level, like it has 2 knobs. I have no idea if my skill level is good for that, because like, does it mean it's really simple and kind of easy to use, or does it mean like you really have to know what you're doing to get that radio to do cool stuff?
It's actually pretty intuitive. I think it's very straightforward, but it's not like a whiz bang waterfall screen, all that fun stuff. So that's you do have a little bit of difference there. In fact, I'll just show it to you, because we're here and I've got it. So hold on one second. Let me get set up over here. And by the way, thank you to Ham Live for the super chat. G90, best value for sure. Well, hang on, hang on, buddy. We're gonna be talking about that best value business. Okay, so let me. By the way, I mean, you can just let's compare and contrast. What do you want to take into a field? To hike, put in a backpack and hike with. The the screen's great. I'm not doubting that on the FTX, but it's a big boy.
Well, I see you go. I've been looking at your 705, and I mean, I'm not intimidated by the size of the 705, and it seems like you could do a lot of cool stuff with that. Mm-hmm. I kind of like buying one thing, and I can play with all different stuff as I learn things in the hobby. That seems nice, but this also looks really compelling. And I like to buy kits, so I don't mind that.
Oh, geez. Okay, so you could even build this thing? Do you solder? Are you know how to
yes,
solder?
I have soldered. Like this, I watched your video of doing this, and it's definitely like that would be the most exciting thing I've ever done. But
my gosh!
Maybe
well,
I could.
Honestly, you could probably get both. You could get a 705 and one of these, because like in kit form, this is like $130. Like that's not even that big. I don't think that's much money, but somebody tell me otherwise. Okay, so this is just a quick overview. I've supplied power. I have an antenna. I don't have a key or anything connected. All I'm going to do is just hold down the left button. That powers it on. Now, my right button, I think I screwed that up. I'm going to have to replace it. But basically, the right button is your VFO, so the frequency is changing. Very straightforward. So you'd have ears on here. You'd be listening, and you'd be hearing things come out of it, right? If I want to change the mode of operation, it's on upper sideband right now. If I just click, now it's on lower sideband. If I click the button again, it's on CW. If I click it again, it's on digital. So if I was doing CW, for instance, this frequency is likely too high. I would just VFO down. Now, hold on. Let me lock the focus there. There we go. If this is too high a frequency, you would use the VFO to dial down to it. Now, what's not working on mine is when I click this button, when I click down the post here, it should move the cursor over so I can scan faster. That's not working right now, but that's fundamentally all you have to do. If you wanted to go into the menu system, you hold down the menu button, and then the menu is just literally like, let me go to the beginning. There you go. So you have an audio menu, a CW menu, an SSB menu, presets menu, and the presets are pretty cool. Hardware tests, factory reset, update firmware. That's it. It's very straightforward. For a lot of for a lot of QRP radios of this kind of style, it's that straightforward. It's very easy.
Well, yeah, that looks cool. Like, I was worried if that the simplicity meant you had to know exactly what to do and stuff, because it seems like there's other QRP radios where, you know, everything's just abbreviated and tiny and
Yeah, so like a mountain topper, for instance, there is some like buttons that you have to like remember, and there's, you know, a menu system that can be a little daunting. This one is not that, though. The menu system is actually very straightforward, very easy to use. And again, it's like a sub $200 radio if someone builds it for you. If you build it yourself, it's less than that, which is really, really cool. So yeah, this would be on my list for sure. I think the 705 is ridiculously simple, with a lot of features baked in, and the FTX is new. It's been very good so far. There are issues that I've ran into. In fact, Jason KM4ACK is probably going to be making a video coming up soon talking about one of the larger issues that we've ran into. That's just a firmware problem, though. It's a brand new radio. They're going to fix it. It's going to get better. But
yeah, I guess.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was just still looking at that a little bit, just because I didn't know as a newbie, like, I'm all for resonant antennas, but like, does a tuner help you?
Great question. So you said you have an end-fed half-wave. An end-fed half-wave generally does not require a tuner. They're actually cut. The length of wire is cut for resonance, meaning you should not need to use a tuner with it, which is, you know, why you would need a tuner. Tuners are something. So what's a good example of when you would use a tuner on like a resonant antenna? So sometimes, like an end-fed, we'll get into a situation where you're at the end of a band like 10 meters or something that's a very wide frequency space. And the SWR, if you've ever seen the curve, it's kind of like a salad bowl. It starts to sweep. So there'll be the center part, which is the lowest standing wave ratio, and then it'll start to raise as frequencies go higher or lower, and you get away from that center resonant spot. And so what you would use the tuner for is to just soften that to make the radio happy, and then you can put full power out because it's not that big of a deal. The reality of times that is like a thing you must do and thus require a tuner, in my case, has come up very few times, like almost never. Most of the time, you just don't really use those frequencies. It's not that big a deal. The only time you absolutely need a tuner is if you're using something that is a non-resonant antenna. So like a doublet or a big full-wave loop antenna, things along those lines that would mandate the use of some kind of antenna matching system. And in those cases, the tuner that is in like most base station radios can't do the matching. It's too much of a mismatch for the relays that are inside of it to be able to even accommodate that, to handle it. So having a tuner on like a 100-watt base station radio is a nice perk, but it really shouldn't be something that prevents you from just, using other, antennas.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think I've monopolized your time too
no,
much.
I was actually going to ask, does anybody have any input on other CW-type radios that are, kind of user-friendly to get started with? I'd love to hear thoughts from the Discord as well, because I see Adam and I see a number of other folks, and that would be great to hear your thoughts as well. Yeah,
also, I mean, opinion on a beginner with Elecraft, because I have a line on a used one.
Which one?
Maybe.
Which Elecraft?
Buy it.
Well, a KX3 is the one I have the line on now, but but the KX2 is the one I see you guys using more often. But then I hear there's lots of menus and like, oh no.
Yeah, so you know what? I'm going to show you that too, and this is good for lots of people, because if you have this question, other people have this question, so don't feel bad about monopolizing time. I do want to show this because I think it gets somewhat in the weeds. Elecraft is a very small radio, so I wanna show the comparison here between size. Obviously, the QMX is smaller than the KX2. The KX2 is a very, very good performing radio, and when you compare it, you're usually comparing it to something closer to like the FTX or the 705 and all that stuff. But they had to do a lot of compressing to fit everything into it. And what they did was they used these long press buttons to do a lot of other things. So if I power it on, which it should have a little bit of charge, so we should probably be good. So if I want to change the frequency, yeah, I can use the VFO here, and it's fine. But it's faster if I just hold down the frequency button, and then I've got to see the little number key. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I was on 14, 3, 2, 4, and then I hit band, I've now changed frequency. And if I want to do split operation, or if I want to add, if I want to change, speaker mic configuration, there's usually some kind of a long press to do it. And so the KX2, admittedly, I will say this because, this is one of those radios that when I put it down for a while, I kind of forget how to do some things. And I have to poke around a while until I can remember how to do it. So if you use it a lot, and if it's your primary radio, it's not that much of a problem. But there is a bit of a learning curve to the KX2. I can't speak about the KX3. Maybe somebody in the chat will add their thoughts to it. But it's a little bit more fiddly to use because there is a lot of features that are packed into it as well. And they've packed it into a radio that's like, as you can see, this interface is it's packed. It's absolutely jammed with different knobs and buttons and all that stuff. So. Yeah. So who? Oh yeah, menus are about the same on KX2. House of Ham says. Yeah, KX2 gives you scientific calculator vibes. Yeah, indeed. So who? To go back, does anybody else have another recommend? Oh, Tierney, go ahead. Do you have a thought?
No, I was just laughing.
So anybody have? Oh, is that Adam? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that the KX2 and KX3 are, if you're concerned about complicated user interface, they're more on the complicated end, but they are incredible radios. And I would argue the KX2 is still kind of the ultimate portable radio. The KX3 is just a little bit bigger, but gives you some more functionality and even more impressive filters and things. Check your direct messages when you get a chance. I sent you a few notes about a local operator up there that I suspect would be willing to meet up with you and have you play with or see like a KX2, Tim N7KOM, who actually has a YouTube channel as well. He's a super nice guy, lives in Bend, and is a pretty active SOTA and occasionally POTA operator. The other two things... Yeah, sure. The other two things I noted, there's a W7O Oregon SOTA camp out at Diamond Lake, down near Crater Lake, July 25th through 28th. And the ham that organizes that is Amy, AG7GP, who lives down in Talent. And she's really nice. It's usually a really fun crew with roughly 50 people there, and a solid crew of operators. And then the last thing I was going to note, or noted in the message there, is that she's also coordinating Queens of the Mountains Women Operator SOTA event June 7th and 8th coming up in a couple weeks here. So there's a link to that on the SOTA Reflector. So I'll post that in the general chat as well. But yeah, I'd suggest you check those out, and if you need any help getting connected with any of those folks, let me know.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure. Very good.
Don't forget, Field Day is only a month and a few days away.
Yes. Tierney, are you familiar with the ARRL Field Day?
Yes, yeah, our club is doing some things. I'm in the club here.
Okay, cool. So if you're in the club, then dive in with them as well and do as hams do. You'll have a lot of fun if you haven't experienced that before. Cool.
It's funny, I joined during COVID, so I got used to just interacting with the club on the internet, so I have to remind myself to see the people.
Very okay. Yeah. All right.
Thanks a lot for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Did anybody else have another thought on radio that we didn't?
I was going to add a couple of comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind making the radio, the QMX Plus is not as tight as the QMX that you would hike up the mountain. The Plus gives you 160 to 6, I believe, as well. So you only have to have one instead of the two different frequency bands. And then the other thing,
it's kind of big, though.
Oh, I wouldn't hike with it. I'm just saying if she doesn't mind putting it together, it would be a good one to start with instead of trying to cram it all into one little box to start your building.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true.
It's just a thought.
Yeah.
And the other thought is if you're using a 7300, I think somebody else put it in the chat, the 705 is very, very similar. It would be an easy transition.
Oh yeah, that is true. If you're very familiar with the 7300, the 705 is identical in menu styling. The only thing is actually the 705 has more features than the 7300. So when you start getting into wireless LAN and Bluetooth and all that other stuff, like that's something that you don't have to dip into, but the 705 does offer it, which is a nice little perk. So cool. Yeah, that was a great opening. Both opening questions were fantastic. So okay. Anybody else in here for the first time that would like to say hi or ask a question on the after chat? Go ahead. Oh, and the radio just died. Okay, all right. Then let's go back. So, who has a thought or an idea on the best value in ham radio right now? It could be a really expensive radio that just like has all these value points. We already heard from the QMX. A lot of G90 fans in the chat as well. So who wants to add their thoughts there if they got one?
I think the 705 is the best value in ham radio.
You think so? Why is that?
Everything I've wanted to do in this hobby, I've been able to do with the 705. HF, VHF, weak signals. My first ever FT8 contact was 2-meter FT8 with the 705. You can
really?
work satellites. You can do microwave, all the things.
That's true. I have always called it the Swiss Army knife of amateur radio. The 705 is just kind of like, it'll do just about everything. It's not putting out a lot of power, but a lot of times you don't really need a lot of power. So yeah, I'd say that. And so I guess the FTX1 is trying to get into that market a little bit as well, which is we'll see. We'll be interested to see how that goes. That's a good one, Eric. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
go ahead.
You can get low cost amps for whatever bands you want. Like I even worked Green Cube with my 705. So
I did not know that.
Everything.
I did not know that. So you were just using a transverter to get up there, or
Oh no, that's 70 centimeters. So I just
that's
used
right.
a,
That's right. That's it. Yeah.
I used an amp that got it, I think, about 50 watts.
That's cool. Yeah. I would second that argument, except for the fact that it can be expensive. Anybody, I'm actually kind of curious. Give me a 705 in the chat if you picked up a 705 during the sale for Hamvention. The 705 was very inexpensively priced. I don't know if anybody caught on to
Do they
that.
really have a sale?
VHF and UHF go with a 905.
Sorry, Ron, you got stepped on a little bit. Go ahead.
I was saying, if you want to get into VHF and UHF from 2 meters up to 10 gigs, go with a 905.
I wouldn't call that the best value in ham radio, though, and I don't think ICOM would either. But yes, what you said is factually correct.
I actually just got a setup for 2.5 and 10 gig using my 705.
2.5 and 10 gig. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be for operating QL100.
Oh, cool. So there's a question in the chat that I'll answer really quickly from NW Canuck. They're asking me if I'm using some sort of voltage regulation on my battery. I am using a 9-volt battery. I built mine for 9 volt, and it's a battery pack made by Talent Cell. If you go back and look at some of my videos on the QMX, I have that battery shown. That is what I use. So also, I just use little 9-volt rechargeable USB-C rechargeable batteries as well. So yeah, the 705 I believe was on sale, but I'm not seeing anybody saying that they popped on it, which I thought I saw and heard. Somebody told me that HRO had it for $999. Nobody got on that?
I would have bought a second one for that price.
That is like buy a second one price. If that is correct, if that's true, that is a crazy price.
I did get the 2730. Well, it actually might still be on sale, but the 2730 for operating satellites was $280 over the last week.
with the gray screen or the black screen?
The gray screen. The black screen is 350.
Yeah, so pretty much it's basically the same radio, just with a black screen, is my understanding.
I'm tempted to swap the screens on mine, but I don't want to I'm pretty sure it's the same thing, just a different head unit. But I don't want to risk blowing it up to find out. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Who else has a thought on best value in amateur radio? Remember, antennas, batteries, gear, whatever. I want to hear your thoughts, because I think people really care about this kind of stuff.
NanoVNA is my call.
Wow, that was two people. So I think, Abe, did you say NanoVNA?
Yep, that's my vote. NanoVNA.
Okay, and then there was somebody. Was two people after. I didn't see you. Who was next? Go ahead with your.
I got one.
Jeff, go Jeff first, and then I think it was Jacob. So Jeff first.
ZBitX, because I think this hobby is all about experimenting, and that's definitely an experimenter's choice. It's a great cheap price for something you get.
Yeah, so the ZBitX is also a pretty good price. Yeah, and it's Raspberry Pi based. It'll do WSJTX right on the radio. It's true. Yeah, I could see that. I don't have enough behind the wheel time or stick time with it, but I have definitely made FT8 contacts with it, and it's been fun. In fact, maybe we'll do that this week. We'll put the FTX on, or the ZBitX, and we'll work some FT8 on that live on the show. So there you go. Cool. Who was the other one? Was it?
It was me.
Jonathan, not Jacob. Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so this one's a bit different, but hamstudy.org, great value considering it's free. Great way to get your license, and that's how I got mine all the way to extra. So that one works really well, and of course, if you want to support them, you can buy their signal sticks, which are excellent antennas.
That's a great one, Jonathan. Yeah, that's a great value. I guess, yeah, we should open it up to that too. Well, who is that? Go ahead.
I said both studying for your tech as well as upgrading all the way to extra.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see. What's been some of my favorite and best value things in amateur radio? The S-Beaner, the S-Clip that Mike, K at MRD, had introduced the world of amateur radio to. Those little S-Beaner clips.
I stole it from Pactena.
But so amazing value, right? Because you can get those for pennies on the dollar, right?
Yes, I have purchased multiple packs multiple times.
I clip one on every bag that I have, just in case I need it. Because yes, and so I will pull them up just so everybody knows what I'm talking about. But what about you, Mike? What's been your best value in amateur radio?
Dude, I'm trying to think, man. I spend so much damn money on the channel and on stuff, as I'm sure you can commiserate with.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, dude. For me right now, I'm loving this new Osmo Action 5. That's my jam, which has nothing to do with radio. But,
hey, I'm really glad to hear that, because you were kind of you were the iPhone guy for so long, and you were like, should I go into a dedicated camera? And it's been working for you. It's been good.
Dude, I'm having. I don't know if you've seen any of my videos in the last few weeks, but.
Yes, I have.
You, of all people, might be able to see where I may have drawn inspiration for the filming style and editing style.
Okay. I will have
to go. If you can, I'd be humbled. But, man, dude, I don't know, for radios. That's tough.
Or no, radios, antennas, whatever. What do you think the best value is?
But,
yeah.
Well, while Mike's lurking,
I don't know, dude. I'll have to come back to that. That's such a hard question for me to answer. I don't know.
Yeah,
what about the K6ARK infed.
That's actually a pretty good price too. So I'm going to drop a link for these S-Beaners, and just so I can let me get this out of the way. So the thing with these, what just happened? Go back to the image. Yeah. So the S-Beaners, the reason why they're so cool is all of our carbon fiber mass that we all love so much. Well, the little thin itty-bitty parts fit in those little holes. So you just slide the S-Beaner down, specifically this one with the holes. You slide the S-beaner down onto the rod, and then you can just clip your wire antenna, whatever, onto it and just hoist it up, do whatever you want. These things are amazing, and they're like, this is a pack of 12 for $8. Under $1 for 12 of them, right?
They come in like a desert color too.
I know the desert color's nice, but I've dropped too many of the damn things. I now like paint color on them and stuff just so I don't lose them.
They need to come in high-vis yellow.
I know. I want orange or yellow or green.
Yeah.
I want something real vivid. But yeah, these are like
you changed the VFO to orange on your FTX 10. Or FTX 1F.
So
the 3 color options. One's orange. I was thinking about that when I was looking. I'm like, I know Josh is using that.
I also am a big I love that a lot of the brands have like a color that they're all about. Like Yaesu is orange. Like it is orange. You go to their website, it's orange. A lot of their branding is orange, and the fact that orange is a frequency color, and my first radio was a Yaesu, so like I have to use that color. Also, it's orange, but Icom's blue. Yeah,
Yaesu just changed their website.
I saw that. Yes,
I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not orange anymore.
No, it's not.
It looks like it's from like early 2000s now instead of 1992.
Yeah, so this is the new Yaesu website, and I don't know. I think I zoomed in too far. There you go. That's a little bit better. This is the new Yaesu website. It's still orange. The text is orange. By the way, they said Monday through Friday they're open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I tried to call them today at 3 p.m. and they were closed. I'm guessing for the long weekend, but yeah, look, it's totally different. This is a choice that they made.
Well, Josh, there's your first problem. They said Monday through Friday. What's today?
Oh my gosh.
Today's not
Saturday.
Monday through
I'm
Friday.
Totally up. Was it yesterday I called him? I don't even remember what day it is. Yeah.
And while we're at it, you're asking about best value of ham radio.
Yes, sir.
How about YouTube? All the informational videos, all the helpful tips and tricks out there. You know, the whole community. How about that?
Checks in the mail there, Frank. Thank you very much for the shout out to YouTube. But you're a YouTuber yourself. But yeah, no, I think that's also improved amateur radio a ton. People may disagree with me wholeheartedly, and I get that. But I remember before there was a lot of YouTube videos on amateur radio, and I would have to pour through blogs and find old PDF files on like how to get things going, and it was hard. It was way harder to research how to do stuff than it is now. So that's a good one. That's a good, yeah. I like it. Yeah.
You mean you had to read the book?
Well, I had to read a PDF at least, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. I love reading the QRP or QRP. QRP, or I had it right.
Yeah. That's also a fun little hidden thing. If you're a follower of K4SWL, Thomas Witherspoon, he has a Patreon, and what he does is he'll do these they're like a podcast, but it's just him, and it's just like a stream of consciousness of Thomas just talking to you. That's really fun. That was really fun. I got tuned into that after when they went through everything in Asheville. I started supporting him on Patreon, and I've been listening to a lot of his little pods that he puts up. They're really good. Okay.
Fireside chat, but he's walking.
Yes, exactly like that. Yeah. So who else? Anybody else have anything that is best value in amateur radio?
I got an idea. 891.
So I think it was Ham Until It Hurts, and then somebody said 891. We'll come back to the...
Yeah, anything that you can kind of do for yourself, like power pole crimpers. I mean, you can buy all the pre-made leads, but they cost, they'll bleed you dry. You can buy a set of crimpers and power poles and make all your own leads. Ah,
yes, I see. Yeah, things you can do yourself. Yeah, crimping cables, soldering your own junk, building your own coax cables will end up, if you just buy like a big old length of coax and just buy connectors and crimp them yourself, not only are you going to get a coax that's like the right size for the job, but it's a lot cheaper than buying pre-terminated stuff. Yeah, that's a good one. Who else? Jump in there.
I would say the 891 is a good value, especially for POTA and for power, because you're getting a cheap, inexpensive radio for 100 watts, but also being able to take that with you to do POTA activations, because you're mostly going to be doing HF.
So this is a very attractive price. Oh, it's sold out. That's why.
Exactly.
891 sold out. The price is $630 for an 891. That is very cheap for a Parks on the Air radio. That is very, very cheap. 100-watt Parks on the Air radio. You will have a great time with that. All right. Anybody else want to dive in there? Oh, Mark, go ahead.
I have two.
Yeah.
First would be any SDR for receiving and just seeing what's going on the bands. And then the second would be the BTEC UV-Pro and its clones.
Oh, yes. Yes. In fact, I think somebody... Oh, yeah, Golden Corral. Watch out for that. The VGA, the BTEC Pro... Yeah, so talking about that real fast, where is... The BTEC Pro is... Wait, this one? Not that one. Which one are we talking about? You don't mean that one,
The UV
Mark.
Pro?
This one.
Yeah.
The UV Pro. Yeah, this guy. $164. It is now with the software that's out for it and the updates that they've done. It has an Android application. It has an iOS application. You can do APRS on the go. You can even do SSTV. If you go watch my VGC, what is it, the NR76 or NR75, those radios, same radio. In fact, VGC is the manufacturer of these. Let me see if I can
Yeah,
find
76.
VGC N76. Yeah, so if you go to Verocom, they have a ton of different colorways. I have the tan one, but they came out with a clear one after I got mine. Yeah, these things rock. For a handheld, this is possibly like one of the best ones you can get. When people ask me, it's like, I've got a Baofeng and I need to jump up to the next level. This is it. This is not only like, this is it, and you may not have to go higher than it. It's just like, does a ton of stuff. It does a ton of stuff. I was very impressed by it. Let's see, what else does it do? Oh, Radio Mail. If you download the Radio Mail app on your iPhone, if you have an iPhone iOS device, it will just interact with this like over its Bluetooth TNC. Like this radio has a Bluetooth low energy TNC. You can just connect to it with apps and just use it as a device. It's crazy.
Hang on a minute. I didn't know that battery case had a clear case.
It's matching. I think so. Yeah, I know.
You can see the 18650.
So, give you a hot tip on that one. If you get the Quancheng, was it the UV5R in clear? It comes with a clear antenna. You can see the capacitor in there.
That's pretty good too.
If you want an early start, you can just get the yellow one because that's what the clear is going to look like in a year anyway.
Eric.
So I have some complaints on my clear one. It has some cracking issues. Has anyone else noticed cracking issues in other colors?
Because I don't have... No, mine isn't cracking. The case is cracking? Like where?
So I've got the cover for the K connector, and on the very top, right above where it says VGC.
Take pictures of it and drop it in the take pictures and drop it in the Discord. I want to see it.
I can do that.
Yeah, have you contacted them?
Dropped.
Okay, he's off getting the. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say I have dropped my VGC so many times on hard, like I have a concrete slab and LVT. Like it's so freaking strong. I did just drop my ID50 today twice on asphalt too.
Oh no.
It's a beast though. It doesn't matter, dude. I've dropped my ID50 a bunch of times too.
Yeah, the
I
only
think that
radio
VGC is stupid rugged.
The only radio that I wouldn't want to drop is any of the Kenwoods. Any of the Kenwoods. And that's one of the first things I did when I got the 72. I dropped it, and then when I went to go pick it up, or like when I was trying to belay its fall, I kicked it, and it kicked it down a slanted driveway and just like scraped up the whole face of it. So it's permanently mine now. But I wouldn't want to drop a Kenwood. That's the only radio I wouldn't want to drop. Really.
So Josh,
Yes,
because you didn't qualify it, I'm going to go there with Kenwood. I dropped my Kenwood TK210, the NXDN commercial radio all the time.
Oh, come
on
on.
the railroad right away, and it works like a champ.
It's a commercial radio. You could drive nails with it if you wanted to.
But
I might have
10,000 feet.
Yeah. Now, I do know of a 705 that fell off of something that was very high altitude, and the 705 survived when it hit the ground.
Yes, it did.
I do know about that. There is a situation that had happened there. So yeah, the radios. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, who wants to add some more thoughts before we go back to taking questions? Anything that high value per dollar? What's another good value per dollar?
I'll bite.
Go ahead.
How about the Hermes Light 2, especially if you get the plus board?
Yeah, Hermes Light 2 is a great value. That's like $400, $500 for a very, very good receiver SDR that transmits. So you get a transmitter as well. It's QRP, but yes, that is a very good deal. That's a great one. Oh yeah, dude. Hold on. Let's get the let's get this over here. How do I? So here's some cracks we got a brewing. Oh yeah, dude. I think you might I
think it might be the clear plastic. If anybody else is having any issues, that's the only thing I can think of.
Chris, I know better. I know better than to ask this, but I'm going to ask this anyway. Did Atlas chew on it at all?
No, and it's never been dropped either.
Okay.
Oh, wow, never been dropped. Was it left in a hot sun car by chance?
This thing is the greatest thing since sliced bread. No.
So you haven't left it in a high heat situation of any kind?
No.
I would contact them. That seems like a defect.
I have the N76. I have the N76 too, and I have a crack on the belt clip forming. I don't believe I've dropped it. So yeah,
I just shared
I'd be interested in that too.
The clear antenna from the Quancheng clear.
Oh, he's comboing up, so he's got the clear antenna to match the. Look at that. That's pretty cool. You got the coil in there, yeah.
You can see a capacitor in there.
Clear, yeah, you can. Clear dummy load. No, I'm just kidding. Clear rubber duck. But, okay. Very good. Well, thank you, everybody, for indulging me on the thoughts there. I'm telling you, QMX, Hans deserves all the credit he gets on that. It's an amazing radio.
Hey, Josh.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw that while the washing the new police while the washing they are popular oils.
You're talking about the Wusheng or the which one? Quancheng?
Yes.
Well, those were two radios. Which one are you talking about?
I think you said Quancheng.
Quancheng.
Yes.
Yeah, Quancheng is a very interesting kind of kit radio. Well, not kit radio, hobbyist radio, because you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with the firmware on them. And I don't know if it's this. This one's probably fine. But yeah, you can change up the firmware like crazy. I did get the Taiko. Is it the Taiko? Taiko. I did get one of these guys. And I haven't completed the review. I may take this on travel. So this Taiko Kong radio. Check out the transmitting band. 25 megahertz through 490 megahertz. So it'll transmit all the way down in 25 megahertz. It's pretty low. Not a lot of amateur radio activity there. But the receiving space of this radio is 0.5 megahertz through 1,160 megahertz. Very low. It will do airband, it will do FM, and single sideband. Crazy. It is a pretty cool radio. Pretty cool radio. Oh, the spectrum analyzer. I gotta get on that. I gotta test that. It says that it's got a spectrum analyzer. I have not tested that. But yeah, pretty interesting. Price-wise, they're available now. Let me see if I can find where you can get them.
How about, I have a question, Josh. How about the cell network, the network wires, the mono network wires of 4G and 5G?
The PTT radios, like rapid radios?
Yes.
No, don't do that. Oh. My wife just literally handed me a bag of food. Don't buy rapid radios. Nobody wants you to do that. Not a good idea. I have to eat the fries now because they're going to be bad otherwise. Go ahead. You got one for me. Go for it.
Yeah, as far as best value in ham radio, I think my favorite band is 220. Mm-hmm. And when we look at mobile radios, we're pretty limited on options. I think, we have the Anytone 5888 UV3, that's $250. You have the BTEC UV50X3 tri-band, which is super old, and it's $430. And then you of course have the Anytone 578, which is got DMR. It's $515. I think the Anytone 5888, as old as it is, still kind of takes the bag for 220 mobile, just because it's 25 watts. The other two are only 5, and it's half the price.
Yeah. Totally. Those old Anytone radios are wait, not Anytone. What am I thinking of? Alincos. The Alinco 220s. Have you seen those? The monoband ones?
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool. That's a cool radio. They came out with like every band, they made a radio for that band. It was really cool.
All right. And the only downside with 220 is it seems like even with all the new stuff from Yaesu, Kenwood, whoever, it's harder and harder to find a modern offering that's a decent output, if they even include it. I do have some HTs, like of course I have the Ocean Q10H quad band, which has it, and then of course the new KG935H, which is tri-band, and that's great. For $150 or $230 for the Q10H, they're both awesome for mobile use, handheld use, but for in the car or as a base station, that's one of the things I wish we could see more of.
Mm-hmm. Well, shout out to Kenwood.
Something to add to your list.
Go ahead, Ad.
Telescopic whip. If you mount it on a spike or however.
Yeah.
You can tune it to whatever you want.
Yeah, the telescopic whips have been consistently really, really good antennas. They're relatively inexpensive. The only thing that you end up spending money on is like how you want to mount it more than anything. I mean, the antenna's probably more expensive than a mount, but those are great. And in fact, I got my 25-footer right here. Let me grab it.
One thing that living in Oklahoma, I had to put a spring on mine because we get enough wind. I don't want it to bust off. I put a spring between it and the mount.
Yeah, so this is the antenna I'm probably going to take on the trip because it's 25 feet, so it'll do 20 just on the whip. And in fact, you don't even need all the elements. It's just you can just make it the top elements, make it real, like a little bit better wind load. And that is going to kill it. I think
what are you going to support that with? How many radios and what gauge?
I am going to put it on the Chameleon tripod out flat. I'm going to throw my backpack on top of that. I'm going to put down a magic carpet, my little EMP cloth thing, and then probably so the radios I haven't decided yet, but it's probably going to be 2 or 3 bundles of multiple 4-foot or 8-foot, 10-foot even, I don't know yet, whatever I've got, radials. Why do you ask?
That should work.
Because I'm an antenna nerd.
I think the telescopic whip wars of 2025 is something cool. I mean, we're up to 35 feet now or something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who put that out?
I think Chameleon has a 35-footer, but Alpha was selling them at Hamvention. 35-foot vertical whip. It has a guy plate on it. You have to guy it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The good news with your radial situation is the ground is so incredibly salty here that if you're by any of the beach parks, you're good.
I like it. All right. Okay. I'm going to take last calls on the best value in ham radio. Those are good questions. Good answers, too. But we're going to go back to taking questions live. Anybody got anything before we go? Okay. I'm going to take another call on the Discord. Any first-timers, never been here before, if this is your first time, want to say hi and or ask a question, come now.
All right. Well, yeah, this is technically my first time on the after chat.
Hey, Garrett.
Name's Garrett. I'm in Aurora, Illinois, and I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to say hello. And what do you think about the TK11 and its SSB? I have one here, but I haven't gotten to really play with it too much. I know that you can't transmit with SSB; it only transmits on FM.
Yeah, I haven't really tested it much either, to be honest with you. So it's on my list to review, but maybe I'll take it on my trip and review it while I'm out because I haven't put enough time behind it, so I don't really want to say much about it until I've done that.
I saw you upload you have your helm radio self ready like on your chip. Can we be on your chip?
Sorry, what? What was the question?
So I saw you you upload like your thumbnail is so awesome. Like you have your hat on, you wear heel on.
Well, thank you. Okay.
Well, so like I heard the Yaesu is the video I saw on someone's street. I mean the Yaesu. I mean some the new one is doing good.
Yeah, the FTX. Seems like so far it seems like a good radio. I think they need a couple of firmware patches in it to like make all the features work, but yeah, so far.
Yes, I just one more question too. So, Mike, I saw Mike on his YouTube channel. He built a whole box, like a ammo can with the T1T 8600. I have one of those, and I'm trying to build me a ammo can, a whole kit, so stuff hits the fin.
Yeah, that's cool.
So okay. Well, I can find an ammo can.
Where do you live? Like, what state do you live in, or where you?
I live in Sherman, Texas, in Dallas.
Yeah, go to a Army surplus store.
I got my ammo can for that box at Harbor Freight.
There you go, Harbor Freight.
Yeah, I like your ammo can, man. Mike, that's cool. I like your.
Thank you.
I like your YouTube channel. It's popping. It's on fire.
It is.
I don't know.
That
about
is
that,
true.
I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
So if you want the plastic ammo can, then yeah, like go to Harbor Freight. But if you want like a
no, this is
vintage...
a metal 50 caliber can from Harbor Freight that I built that box out of.
Really? They have metal cans?
Yeah, metal 50 50 caliber cans. They're like, oh god, $15 or $20 I think I spent for it.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Oh, okay, there you go. I didn't see the metal ones, but cool.
Well, it's been probably 3 years since I built that, but
okay.
At the time they did. I haven't seen them, nor have I looked for them at Harbor Freight lately. But
they're still there.
They're $18 and they're in stock currently.
Yeah, there you go. $18 in stock at Harbor Freight.
If you can't get them at Harbor Freight, they're $26 on Amazon as well.
Thank you so much, Mike. So I have the TMRT 5800, so I can maybe build it. I mean, it's easy to do. I mean, put the parts in the wires in.
Yep.
The hardest part for me was cutting the metal because I don't have the proper tools to cut metal, but I made it work, and that's all that matters.
I mean, I like y'all YouTube channels, guys. Like mine is mine right now. Mine is I'm trying to get mine more bigger. Try to do like ham stuff too. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to be successful. My channel.
Keep making videos, man. That's the only way to be successful. On this video platform, thou shalt make videos. That's the only way to continue to be relevant. To be honest with you. All right. Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go back to taking the question. So, anybody in the chat? I think I already asked that. I'll take one more pass, and then we'll go open it up to everybody. But anybody here for the first time that'd like to say hi or ask a question, come now.
Hey, Josh. Evan here in Oklahoma City, W5OKC.
Hey, Evan.
It's my first time in the After Chat. Yeah, love your content. I was going to ask you, since you do have the FTX one, do you foresee yourself getting the tuner for the head unit versus using the one for the Optima? Because obviously you won't take the Optima in the field.
Yeah.
If you're using... I mean, do you see using the Yaesu tuner, or do you have a tuner you prefer that you think you would use?
So... I might end up getting the Yaesu tuner just to review it because I am a YouTuber and I review stuff like that. It is convenient in the sense that it like kind of connects to the back of the radio. I don't fully understand how that all goes together yet because how do you have the battery and the tuner like just as some kind of growth writing on the back of it? I don't think that's what happens. So I think you need like an external 12-volt supply, which then... that raises questions of, would you rather have the 12-volt external supply? Probably yes, because that gets you 10 watts out versus 5 or 6. And then if you have the tuner on the back, you got a little BNC jumper into the radio. You know, there's all kinds of interesting things yet, because I haven't seen it. Other than Ham Fair in Tokyo, we did see it there. But, you know, that was just the physical box. So, same thing I said with the 705, same thing I've told people time and time again. You don't need a tuner unless you need a tuner. Those that need a tuner know they need a tuner. You don't just turn the tuner on almost any of the time because you generally don't need it. If you built the antenna correctly, you don't need it. So, that's always kind of been my comment. Yeah, unless you're going to do a 9-to-1. If you're doing a 9-to-1 random wire, then yeah, you probably need a tuner.
That was my thought for POTA deployment and just having a 9-to-1 out there because I do have a couple of those built, but I just was curious.
Mm-hmm. Good. A correction on there. Somebody is saying that the tuner rides on top of the battery. So there you go. Yes, it's like a tuner growth on top of the battery. So what was the other? There was something else I was going to mention. I think you asked like what other tuners. So the only one that gets like a lot of airtime that I know about is the KX, the tuner from Elecraft. People really like that. Then there's the matte tuners from like Vibroplex, but then there's also maybe Adam will know it. Mark was telling me about it. It's like the Chinese clone of the T1 tuner from Elecraft. Do you know which one that is, Adam?
I'm happy to chime in as well. I'm here.
Oh, he's here. Mark's here. What is it, Mark?
Yeah, hey, I'm coming to you live via Starlink from my POTA site. Yeah, it's the ATU-10.
The ATU-10. Oh, that is a plane.
N7 DDC.
That's the one on eBay,
N7
right?
DDC.
Yeah,
yep,
there you
they're
go.
on eBay or a whole bunch of other sites. They should be around 100-ish something dollars, 120, and they're really fantastic. The ATU10 has latching relays, and that is my go-to. It has USB-C charging, and it has a built-in LCD display, so you get a really good SWR readout. So I actually like it a lot more than the Elecraft T1, and it's a third of the price.
Yeah, $100 is not bad. Yeah. Yeah, very good.
So 100 plus.
So from a thought standpoint of like, should we buy the $300 plus tuner from Yaesu that slaps onto the back of the battery, or should you just get this for $100? That's your call, right?
And does that ATU 10 have latching relays? Does it say on the ad there?
Yes, it does have latching relays.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering if you needed to burn your battery to keep it alive.
No, I charge mine about once a year.
I'll plus one. I'll plus one for the ATU 10.
It's also like two 18650s in it, which is like, dude, that thing will run forever.
Yeah.
If it's that's you're good on that for like, yeah. Mark just said he charges it once a year. That's pretty good.
And I would second that. Like, it's just it doesn't use any power unless it's like physically tuning.
That's cool.
It's great.
I give it a 5.9++. It also integrates with 705 without any.
Oh, there you go. So it'll work with the 705 too. Cool. Yeah, there you go. Hey, that's a good value. Where was everybody on the good value there? That's a fantastic value at Amateur Radio. $100 for a tuner like that? That's cool.
When I say integrates, I mean when you hit the tune button on the 705, it will tune the radio.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm sorry, it'll tune it'll initiate the tuning cycle on the tuner.
Yeah. Right on. Right on.
What about the LDG Z100 Plus?
Is that a good value though? Or I guess it doesn't matter. It's an option. So we're past the good value part of the show. So let's go check that one out.
It's not 100. I know that. It's a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's also bigger.
200.
It's also much bigger, isn't it?
Yes, it is a little bigger.
Yeah, it's $100 more.
Hey, Josh.
Oh, it'll do 100. Okay. Cool. Somebody said, "Hey, Josh, go ahead."
So I have a question. So like, how long when you start this YouTube channel, like when you start full start this YouTube channel?
When did I start my YouTube channel? In 2006.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm old. No, I was not making amateur radio YouTubes in 2006. I turned everything over to amateur radio in 2018.
Wow, I'm happy for it, man.
Thank you.
Y'all are helping me out a lot. You know, y'all help me in my footsteps.
Good, man. Well, I mean, the goal, I think, and my view on amateur radio YouTube is pretty simple. It's show you how to do it, introduce you to things, and then like let you go live your journey, live your adventure. Because I don't know that I am outdoorsy enough and fun adventure-y enough to like be the lifestyle channel that people watch. So I just want you to go do what you want to do. So let me just show you how to do it, and then you go have fun with it. It's kind of the goal. That's why we do the after chat, so that you get your questions answered and you get on the air and have fun. That's the whole point for me. All right. So open questions. Anyone, anywhere, any questions, let's take them live. It doesn't matter how many times you've been here. It doesn't matter if you're on YouTube. So YouTube, I'm watching the chat here. So if you're on YouTube and you got a question, type question or at Ham Radio Crash Course, and I'll be able to see it that way. So anybody with a question, go ahead.
I have one, Josh.
I saw John first. Go ahead, John.
Have you figured out what the issue was the other night on 40 meters yet with your audio cutting out?
Yeah, I think it was just we were folding back. I think that when we tuned up on 40, we just didn't do that good a job. I forgot an analyzer. I do that all the time. So that's, we just eyeballed it and went with it, and we didn't go that hard for tuning it. I just think it's fold back. We can test it though.
Okay.
We can test it to make sure I didn't, blow this thing up.
Yeah, Yeah, I was just wondering if it was a thing with the FTX or not. So this way, like, obviously that would affect people's opinions on buying it or not.
No, I don't think it was the FTX. I really don't. But yeah.
What happened?
So
basically.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, John. John, you tell him what I did. Go ahead. Please go ahead. I'll drink. I'll have a glass.
I want all the details.
No, basically, he had tuned into 40, and then he was trying to call CQ at the POTA spot, and he would queue up the radio, he would call CQ, and then it would just stop transmitting the audio completely and transmit nothing but white noise.
Yeah, so I think it was foldback.
Oddly, that's good to hear for me.
Why?
Because I have had issues with my FTX1F.
Oh, on 40?
Just in general. But that same issue, but mine stemmed from using the voice memory playback.
Ah.
It would freeze up and it would just completely lock the radio and you'd have to power it off. And
so, did you get the SD card working?
Yes, I bought a brand new SanDisk 16 gig, 10 something or other. I was using too big an SD card.
Is that the problem? I can't get this thing to format an SD card. Is it because it's that picky? It won't take more than 32 or 16 gigs? Is that serious?
On the DX10, I think it's 4 gigs.
No, it's well, I don't know. The FTX1F is 32 gigs because I took the 32 gig out of my 7610, formatted it in the FTX1F, and I'm like, damn it. So I just bought a 16 gig.
Oh,
but
wait
yes.
a second.
But they don't tell you until the end of the manual, and Frank figured that out. Because when you're reading the manual all about the SD card, it's just like use a commercially available micro SD card.
We got to get over this 32 gig
thing.
crap. This is garbage.
Don't get me started on the USB-C charging.
Okay, so I just got back in here. So, Mike, are we having deja vu Tuesday night with Josh now?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, but I don't want to take over the stream.
Okay.
Oh man, there's a Pikachu.
That was just.
There's a Pikachu SD card. I want a Pikachu SD card. Does it come in 32? You can't even get it in 32 gig. I want a Pikachu SD card.
It is so hard to find that small of an SD card now.
I know. That's the problem. It's been for a while. I can't believe that we're still living in a day where 32 gigabyte. No, God, where's the?
I bought a terabyte micro SD card for my new camera for $60.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe I have to go to like, oh geez, here we go. Older version. It says older version for the SD card. Yeah, no crap.
Yeah, mine was a 16 gig SanDisk. It's gray. It was like $7.
Oh, jeez.
Because everyone's like, you gotta buy a pair of them. Like, I don't need two. I need one. What am I gonna do with another 16 gig hard drive?
$7
there you go.
For a 32 gig, but I need it like soon. June 6th is too long.
Do you mind if I butt in real quick?
I'll send you an affiliate link, Josh.
Okay, send me an affiliate link. Go ahead with the butt in.
I normally find those the 32 gig ones at Walmart of all places. I normally can always find them there.
Yeah, so I mean, you could probably find them on the sidewalk too when you're walking around because it's a freaking 32 gigabyte. Like literally, almost all the technology from 10 years ago came with a 32 gigabyte SD card. You could probably just go to your kid's room and pick up a random piece of crap, and you're good.
Because that was top of the line back then.
Well, I mean, they can't put an HDMI connector on the back of a radio, so let's not put exFAT formatting in there so we can do anything over 32 gig, right?
Yeah, I'm not. I know that like that's a thing. People are like, oh, there's no HDMI port or HDMI port on the back of the Optima / FTX1. That doesn't bother me as much because it's modular and it's got that whole thing going on. Like if you want that lifestyle, like go get an FTDX10, right? That's like to me, it's like yeah, they got to have differences between their product offerings. It's crazy otherwise. I'm literally buying a micro SD card right now because it's like, dude, come on. This is crazy.
Yeah, I thought that was ridiculous. Like I've got a bunch of 64 gigs, a couple 128 gigs, literally just sitting here doing nothing. I put them in, wouldn't, and I formatted it on my computer for FAT32, and I put it in the radio, and it's like can't format, and it just gets stuck.
So I don't know about the FTX1, but with my 710, if you're getting a micro card, you need the SD adapter because it's the standard size SD card for the 710.
It's micro on the FTX.
Oh, so that they finally decided to do something of a change, but didn't upgrade the memory.
Yeah, they did something with a change, but then they just kept it 32 gigs. So it's
what's the worst way we can implement this?
Yeah, this is just FAT32, right? It's just straight FAT32.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They did the same thing with USB-C charging. They're like, "What's the worst way we can do this?" And that's what.
Also, I have a comment.
Go ahead, comment.
This is actually to William in the YouTube chat. He was saying just partition it and format one of the partitions to 32 gigs. In the Yaesu firmware, that actually does not work. If you've tried I've tried that. If you try to format it to the size that you need, it still does not read the card no matter what.
So
because it still sees the whole card.
Right. I hear all that. I hear all the comments. It's $6, $7 to buy a 32 gigabyte card. I'll just buy a 32 gigabyte card and then get my 128, 256, whatever I threw in there back because it don't belong there. Like, that's fine. It don't belong there.
Mike also said he did it on his computer. Mike also said he did it on his computer and it didn't work. So if you try it on a Mac and you format it to FAT32 and you put it in and it didn't work, then it's probably not going to work because you can do that. Like my 510 is the same way. You had to do it on a Mac, and then it worked, but it seems like it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it's just the size thing. At the end of the Yaesu manual, it says they've tested it up to 32 gigs.
Page 64 of the Yaesu FTX1 manual specifically says that, and I'm the one that pointed it out to Mike on Tuesday.
There you go.
Yes, he is.
I will say that we have another problem in FTX land. I'll go ahead and mention it. I think that Jason KM4ACK is going to do a much deeper dive on this, and he's already done like a A/B comparison against other radios.
Did he get this?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, I didn't know.
We are having APRS problems with this radio. This radio, I mean, right out of the gate, it doesn't have GPS, so you have to buy that dongle if you want to do like location tracking.
Let me throw an addendum to this, Josh. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I bought a 2.5 millimeter adapter and put a GPS dongle in it, and it didn't work.
Oh, okay.
So I tried it, and it didn't work. So it's like they're doing something proprietary. I don't know if that dongle is powered itself or if it's power over the PRRS or what, but I'm like, I got to try this.
Yeah. So APRS, I have a very dense APRS location where I'm at, and I'm not hearing most of the signals that are coming in. And so that's one problem. The second problem is there's like no way to send a message. Like you just can't send a message to people. When they start to populate your list, you can't click on them and say reply with message and then start typing. It just doesn't exist. There's no menu system to do it. There's nothing I've found to be able to message anybody. Cannot message, cannot reply, cannot do anything. Don't know why. Don't know. I don't get it.
It's an APRS receiver.
This makes me feel even better.
It's an APRS receiver. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've found I can receive the signals just fine, but it won't decode unless I have APRS set up on the main channel, and then it sometimes decodes.
It sometimes decodes is what I've found.
APRS is 1200 baud, yes?
Yes. Well, on 2
By
meters.
default, it's 9600.
Correct. I did put it to 1200.
Okay. That's all I can help with APRS.
Yeah, there are some aspects of this that I feel like I am a beta tester on this radio. APRS is just not fully cooked. The cake is not done. The SD card thing, I think, that's just a hardware limitation that we just have to live with, which is not a great limitation. But yeah, APRS, they can fix it with software. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, as a whole, this firmware was not ready for release.
No.
Yeah.
I said this earlier, Josh, before you came on. I'm trying to be a more positive person in life and on my channel and with this new radio. But I find myself, after using this for 3 days straight now since I've had it.
Mm-hmm.
I just find myself asking, do the people at Yaesu actually use this radio before they put it out? Meaning, like, are there any portable operators in Yaesu?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
For example,
somebody said radio by committee, I think was a term I heard used, but go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Oh, they have a boardroom meeting, and the dumbest answers win, or the dumbest ideas. So, for example, the HF port, the BNC, is on top, and the VHF port is on the bottom.
Yes.
Wouldn't you think, and I had this thought before I even took my radio out of the box, because I held Jason's radio.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't you think you'd put the VHF port on top so you could maybe throw an antenna on it, like a rubber duck or a signal stick?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And then have the HF port on the bottom? Because literally, unless you're using one of like 2 HF antennas that connect directly to the radio, like the what's that, MFJ 1899?
Yeah.
You know? Like you're putting coax on the HF port. Or you're sticking a K6 ARK that has the transformer right on the BNC.
Right.
So I tried, I'm like, I can just get a 90-degree adapter and it'll go around my 90-degree BNC for the HF. Nope.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that, like, so maybe they're thinking you're gonna have it vertically in a pack doing APRS, and so the antenna's sticking out vertically. But that would have worked if it was on the top, regardless. It would have been fine. Yeah, that was. Yeah. Somebody posted a picture of they had a coax cable into the top for HF, and then they had a signal stick coming out at like 45 degrees on the angle.
That was probably a screenshot from my video that I posted yesterday, because I did exactly that.
Was it the signal stick? That is exactly the video. Yeah.
It was like the glow in the dark signal stick.
Yes, it was your video. From mine. It was on our. It showed up on our Discord. So that is a problem. That is not good. That's not good.
Yaesu. Like,
it's such a basic hardware design choice, and like, honestly, before I got the radio, I assumed that's what it would be like, because why would it be any other way?
My wife and I,
man.
My wife and I on the podcast were talking about how, it would have been great. We still, I love the idea of ICOM having APRS. They don't. It's okay. Whatever. But Yaesu does, and they have APRS in this radio. And the fact that the Yaesu radio is the one that doesn't have the internal GPS drives me insane, because what do you do with APRS? You hike. So John told us the radio is not to be remoted in a vehicle, which means APRS is going to be like man-pack style. You're going to be walking around with it. So you're telling me that I got to shove a dongle in there and then throw it in a pack or some kind of case? I'm gonna break that thing. I'm gonna break it. I guarantee. I'm gonna snap a GPS dongle in that radio post width. Like, it's $70. It's just gonna go down the drain, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to get a 3.5 millimeter jack out of that port, because I guarantee I'm gonna break a GPS dongle in this thing.
2.5 millimeter.
Is it 2.5? I didn't even look.
That's why I had to buy an adapter to try and hook up my my little Bluetooth or USB GPS dongle.
So, Josh, I will say this. One, Mike, Yaesu, ICOM, maybe Kenwood does. I'm not sure. Well, no, Kenwood, I'm pretty sure they do. But Yaesu and ICOM don't seem to dog food their own radios. They don't use them before they release them to the public.
I'm sorry. Did you say dog food their own radio? What the hell is that term? I've never heard that before. Like, explain that to me.
You've never heard of dog fooding when you're working when you're making an application?
No. What does that mean?
You eat your own slop, basically. When you create an app, you
beta
use
testing. We just said beta and alpha testing. What?
Yeah, no. So it's dog fooding. I'll have to explain.
Digital Rancher's eating dog feet over here now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening right now.
As far as the GPS and the Bluetooth
I got a dog foot.
This is why I'm sticking with the 705 personally, Because it already has them built in. Granted, the 705 doesn't do APRS natively. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'd much rather have it built in. And dog fooding is like testing out your own stuff before you release it. Sebastian, the guy who makes Polo, KI2D, he dog foods his app and then goes, oh, well, yeah, that doesn't work, right? Let me go in and fix that.
Okay, thank you for introducing me to a new... Literally, I had not heard that term before, and I work in software. We just say alpha and beta testing or, user testing, pre-user testing, that kind of stuff. I guess it's maybe because I'm in the more of a professional space. We don't say dog fooding the application.
Literally nobody's heard that term before.
Wait, you guys are testing?
I've heard of it.
testing
It's actually
your
used in the
applications?
context. It's actually used in the context of you use your own stuff. You eat your own dog food.
Okay.
Right? You use the stuff that you're making.
I thought you weren't supposed to get high on your own supply.
I gotta say, can't we just eat our own food? Why must we eat dog food? My app is of the highest human grade quality. It's not dog food quality.
I want to comment. The only thing that I ever heard that came close to that in the software or engineering at all was the dog's breakfast when you made a mistake, and that was as close as I got to dog food.
I've heard things described as dog water.
It's real food.
I want to comment on Frank's comment about ICOM and Yaesu testing.
Okay.
I
Can I add something after?
ICOM does test or did test the 705 before they released it.
I know they did because they actually their media material. Like if you go back and look at the media material, it was literally people in Japan with little the little backpacks going out and doing activations and stuff.
Right.
That was before the radio was ever on the market.
The backpack is my reasoning why. Because they went so far as to make the backpack. They're like, this is specifically for the portable operator.
It had
that
a
is our
flap.
market, and we're making a freaking bag.
The backpack has a flap for it has a little flappy for your antenna to go in the side.
3 days, my FTX1F has been inside my ICOM 705 bag.
That's like pouring a Pepsi into a Coke glass. That is sacrilegious, sir.
Well, I'll find you and kill you if you do that. But
don't cross the stream.
I don't play around with that Pepsi garbage.
Yeah,
but yeah. So I'll have a video. I already filmed it and recorded it and edited it. Patrons and channel members already have it. I'll post it probably Monday or Wednesday. But I did it. My first POTA activation with it.
Okay, Mike, I'll give you that one. And Josh, if you're so inclined, Jody just posted the exact terminology for dog food.
Oh no, I believe you. I think you nailed it. I'm not.
So there you go. Now you learn something new every day.
Yeah, hold on. Where is it? There it is. Special insights with you on the what is dog food? It's a slang term we use using our own software, including alpha and beta varieties internal to Microsoft prior to shipping our product, in order to validate scenario at scale in real-world environments with real users who need to be productive. Yeah, the problem is the problem with that is you're never testing on load. You're testing in small user base. So if it's just an app, that's fine. But if it's like a service, that's a nightmare.
Their guidance is to dog food at 10,000 users and above. So they do put load on.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, they're third stage testing at that phase.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I've only in at least the engineering that I've done, I've only heard things described as dog water, and that's not good.
Yeah, dog water is bad. Yeah, that if you're listening to what's his Moist Critical, that's also a term you hear a lot. Dog water.
Josh, did you play with the noise reduction on the FTX1F at all?
No, not right now. No, not right now. Give me 30 minutes. Hold on, sorry. 30 minutes. You're eating. You can't be on live stream while you're eating. Go. No, go. Yeah, I'll hang on to that for you. Jeez, give me this. God. Okay, go.
He saw Dad eating
while Josh devoured some French fries.
Yeah.
Dad.
Josh is doing French fries.
Dad.
Are we there yet?
Dad.
Are we there yet?
Dad.
So
I
tested the
there
noise
yet?
reduction, and it also sounded like I was underwater. Like it very much underwater quality level of noise reduction. What are your thoughts there?
So I've run the radio with Super DX on.
Yes.
I find it's phenomenal.
Yeah. Me too. I do like that.
But the DNR does nothing for me when it's on. If Super DX is off, and I turn noise reduction on, I can actually notice things. Does sound a bit underwater.
Yeah.
Especially as you get higher up in the numbers. But it still doesn't, like, I remember when the 891 came out, like, the huge feature that everyone was touting was the noise reduction. Mm-hmm. And back then, the 891's noise reduction was fantastic. Nowadays, but it's not there on the FTX.
It sounds like the 891 to me. The digital noise reduction sounds like the 891. So it's very watery from my point of view. I do like the Super DX.
To be fair to the 891, if I use noise reduction on that, I have it at 1, and it's,
me too.
Like, awesome.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it being watery, but I will not run it like anything above 3.
No, not at all.
I gotta say, it sounds so dumb, and I said the same thing to Mike at Hamvention, like literally in front of Jason's trailer. It's crazy that, like, we're talking about, like, all the, this radio's got all these features and it's got all this capability, and the thing that we're all dazzled by is that damn speaker. It is an unheard ofly loud speaker, and when you're portable and you don't want to use cans, you don't want to use earbuds, it's a joy to listen to. It's actually a very, very good speaker. I'm sure you've got the same thoughts. I know you said that, Mike. What do you think?
So the video that I'll be posting next week, I talk about. The speakers are the reason I bought that radio. Because I had it on pre-order, I canceled it. And then
we know what kind of trouble you got yourself into because of that.
I didn't get myself in any trouble. I got HRO into trouble. And it's not even HRO's fault. Yaesu just brought radios there. Like, here, HRO sell. That's what happened.
Well, they bought them. They bought them to sell. I mean, it was an exchange of commerce. It was commerce in action.
Yaesu brought them for them to sell.
Right.
Or they bought them prior, whatever.
They bought them, yeah. Speaker.
So in the video that I'm posting next week, I do a bit of hiking and some operating, and I talk extensively about the speakers, and I show and let you hear the speakers. So I crank the volume to about 3/4. I set the camera on the table. You can see the radio in the shot. It's on the table, and I just start walking.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably 150 feet away from it, and you can still hear it. And this is just from the lavalier mic that I have clipped onto myself.
Yep.
And you're hearing the radio, which is a good thing for me, because it's the first radio that I think actually has, and I'm talking all radios, including the 7610 that I'm sitting in front of.
Mm-hmm.
It has the best sounding and loudest audio. Not to be confused with because it's louder, it's better, which as a heavy metal guitarist, I agree with that. But the clarity is fantastic.
Yeah.
The one thing to be mindful of, though, because it is so incredibly loud and we're portable operators, be mindful of the volume and be mindful of the other guests in the park who are enjoying the park and might not want to hear our activations because it's that loud.
Yeah, you nailed it, though, because you said the exact, like, you said 3/4 volume. Like, we're talking the lower 3/4. 1/3 volume is, like, it is loud enough that it's almost too loud when you're sitting next to it.
I drove to Galveston Island State Park this morning.
Yeah.
The Gulf of America was windier than crap. I filmed a video, so that'll be out next week, too, with the FTX 1F. Incredibly windy. And I had the volume at about half.
Mm-hmm.
And even with weak signals, I could still hear them.
Yeah.
Like, you got to lean in a little bit sometimes, but, and that was only at half, maybe just above half. It's so loud. And it's so
crazy
clear.
Loud.
It's fantastic.
I guess at the end of the day, a radio doing radio things, having really good audio is something it should have. And so in that sense, like, they actually totally knocked it out of the park on that. Like, it is a very good radio.
They won the World Series.
Yeah. All this other stuff is like, I feel like we're like nitpicking about things that, like, a lot of people don't do. Like, I'm into APRS. A lot of people aren't. So the fact that that's not really working, most people are like, I don't care about that. But everybody cares if the speaker sucks. Like, everybody cares if you can't hear the radio. Everybody cares if the speaker is so dim that you have to, like, put in, earbuds. which I don't have a problem with earbuds. I'm not complaining about that. But as a YouTuber that makes videos by putting a camera in front of things that has its own microphone, it's fantastic because it is louder than I am, and I'm extremely loud. So I can balance them up like equally, no problem. You can hear the radio perfectly. You can hear me just fine. It's great. They did a really good job in that space. Maybe that was their focus. They're like, we just want to make a really good portable radio that sounds really good. You take it out, you do portable things if you want to. There you go.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I bought the radio.
Yeah.
And because if you really know field radio and you go out a lot, you know that nature is loud. Mm-hmm. There's windy days. Well, wind is noisy. The trees rustle. The birds are chirping. The bugs are buzzing. You know, like it's loud out there in the middle of nowhere.
It is.
So if you have the same kind of speaker that you're like the 710 speaker the 705, when I'm portable with that, pretty much 100% of the time that volume is cranked.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just hear it above nature. This one, and Iron Ham Alpha Fox 4 Oscar says, does it go to 11? It goes to like 1100.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how best to explain it. I'll find it. You know what? We'll just do it. We'll do it live. By the way, if you connect it to the amp, the Optima, it's even louder because it's a second speaker, and it's. I don't know how best to explain it. I need to run to the restroom, so I'm gonna throw. Let's see. What do we do? I need to run to the restroom now because
I think Jody said adding the Optima amp to it adds an extra 4 watts of speaker power to it.
It does, and so the head unit is giving a mono connection, but the amp is internally powered, so it's amplifying its own speaker. So they're like it's power on power. It's very impressive. I need to run to the restroom though. So who wants to? Do we have a question that we can start going here? I didn't see any questions in the chat. There was a bunch of people that were chatting. They're like, I got questions. But then when I said questions, nobody came in. So
I got a question on the digital interface of the radio, the FTX1, if you want to start.
Yeah, go ahead and start it because
Sure.
the answer is there's no ham lib for it yet. But go ahead and ask your question, and I will be right back. Take it.
Right. My question was on the lines that I know they don't have the ham lib for it, but when I got the FTDX10, some of the software didn't have the interface for it or whatever, and there was actually some write-ups because Yaesu likes to reuse things. They said try using one of the other Yaesu radio profiles like the 8900 or the 991A or whatever, and it did work. It was limited, but you could get things to work. I just wondered if you'd tried that.
I've tried the 991A, and it partially works. It actually mostly works.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's some extra features in the FTX, obviously, that you can't really access, but using FL rig with the 991A profile, I was able to get the frequency and able to transmit.
I tried getting the FTX1F to work with WSJTX, and I tried I'm on a Mac, so there's serial ports, and every modern Yaesu radio, Yaesu HF radio, and could not get it to work.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm actually a Linux user, so this is from Linux. I don't know about from Windows or Mac.
And Silent, why don't you be your name and be silent there, buddy? I don't need to hear your crap. That's your problem. You're on a Mac. Suck it.
So I have a question then.
Sharpen my teeth.
If the 991 Alpha interface, if the ham lib for that sort of worked, what about the 710? Because that radio is somewhat based off of the 500 and the 710. I wonder if
No, it didn't work with the 710 at all. Nope.
Okay.
Tried them all.
I tried that too.
I think 817, 818, FT450, FT450D, 710, DX10. I even tried some older ones.
Yeah, I tried them all too.
Name another one that I'm forgetting.
I got a question for you, Mike. Are you using a USB-C to USB-C cable? Because I have problems with those with my Mac, with my X6100. I have to use a USB-C to regular USB.
Well, my Mac.
You try that.
My Macs only have USB-C, so yeah.
I've tried.
Get an adapter.
I've tried USB-C, USB-A. I've tried tons of different options, and you can't digital with it right now. That's.
Yeah,
and then one more thing for Josh.
Makes me happy because I'm thinking these things are only happening to me, and because they're happening to Josh, I feel better.
Yeah, it's not ham-libbed yet. There's just no ham-lib report.
Yeah.
There's
and
nothing
I
in ham-lib.
that, but
yeah,
like usually, like a default that a lot of radios use is like the 817 or the 818. Or the
right.
Kenwood. Like my QMX uses the Kenwood 450 or I can't remember what it is, but there's a couple standards that are kind of like, even if it's not that radio, it'll probably work. None of them work with the FTX1F.
Yep.
And then one more thing for Josh on his when he was playing with the transmit EQs and such like that. During COVID, Bob Heil did a lot of video talks with clubs, and our club had him on there, and he went through his settings for that parametric EQ settings that he worked with Yaesu and came up with the settings that were optimized. And I've tried them on 3 different models of Yaesus now, and they all work and they all sound great. So I can send you those, or put them in the chat or whatever.
Oh yeah, put them in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Let other people know about it.
So Scott, I also worked with Hollywood. You know Hollywood, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I worked with him with the 710 to get that cleaned up as well. We started with Bob Heil's parametrics and then refined them even more. And I actually sent screenshots of that to Josh, so he has that to play with as well.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
Comment on the 40-meter issue?
Go ahead. I don't know that it's an issue, but go ahead.
Well, it is an issue on my rig. I have the Optima, and on 40 meters, I only get a couple of seconds of audio, and then there's no modulation. The radio shows that it's keyed up, but if you look at the scope when you're talking, you'll see a couple of seconds of audio. Then it'll go to nothing. The scope will go blank, and if you look at the meter, it goes to 0. And I already have a call in with Yaesu on this right now. So I have been experiencing the issue. Not when it's in field mode. It works great when it's in field mode, but when I have it hooked to the amp, that's when I see the issue. And this is weird. If you use the MOX button on the screen instead of the PTT on the mic, there is no problem. It transmits fine. But if you use the microphone with the PTT and the amp is connected on 40 meters, you'll see sometimes 1 second of audio, sometimes a couple seconds of audio, and then it looks like there's no modulation. The radio remains keyed, but if you look at the scope, you know, normally when you're talking, you see that on the scope, it'll go completely flat.
Then that's exactly what happened to me. That's not good.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
So I've been working with Roger at Yaesu on it, and I have a problem logged with them, and they're looking into it. They kind of figure it's firmware, but it is an issue. And when I saw your Starlink video the other day, I was like, oh my gosh, his is doing the exact same thing as mine.
Nick, can I offer a suggestion?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
So I didn't have that problem. So I saw your post somewhere. I saw your post somewhere on that, and maybe it was on groups.io. And I tested mine. And I did not have that problem, but I had other issues. So, for example, in CW mode with a keyer, if I just held down ... it was very unstable. The timing was just all off. The APRS issues, or we've already talked about. There was, and actually, Mike brought up the digital noise reduction. mine didn't do anything at all. And so I did just a full reset, and not from the software, just by holding down the back and find pass buttons and then turning it on. And a lot of the issues I was having, like the CW instability, and a few other things, just went away. And so you might try that just to see, because I do not have that 40 meter problem.
How did you reset it?
Hold down the back button and the find fast button at the same time while turning on the radio.
And what does that do?
Yeah, Yesu had me try that, and it did not fix the transmit issue. And if I change it to CW mode and I hold down the PTT on the mic, it really flakes out. If you watch the frequencies display, it goes from blue to red when you transmit. It flickers back and forth from blue to red. Same thing if I'm in CW mode and I hit the MOX button on the screen, transmits perfectly, carrier, 100% power, everything's great.
Oh, that's scary. Because the fact that I don't have that problem suggests that there could be a hardware issue with some of the batches.
Or it's
have you tried swapping out the mic cable? What if you're with the amp on? What if
you can't, because the mic cable is one of those. Well, you could make your own mic cable, but it's not a 3.5 millimeter jack.
On the picture I'm seeing, it looks like a Cat 6, like a RJ45.
You'd have to make a new cable. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm wondering maybe if using the amp on 40 meters is causing some sort of RFI and just knocking it out.
Well, then, Eric, the problem with that is the 710s would have experienced something similar, because the HF side of this radio is based off of the DX10 and the 710.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's an unknown number of components that are different. Everything affects everything. There's no way to know if it would or wouldn't.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it works while pressing down the button, the MOX button on the radio, but not when you press the PTT. I mean, what are the only things that are different when you're doing that? The mic cable and the microphone itself. Those, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So Jeff does have a good question. Have you tried turning the power down? Does it still do it on 40 meters? That's interesting.
I have not.
That I need to try.
Put a choke on there too, on your coax. See if that'll help.
See, I don't know if this is band dependent though, because when I was using my issue, and I show this in my video that I'll have next week, when I was using the voice memory playback function to just call CQ, I could call CQ a couple times, but then it would lock up the radio, and it would just stay on transmit, and you couldn't back out of it. The screen would freeze. The radio would just freeze. You'd have to turn it off and turn it back on again. And then after some time, let's just call it an arbitrary 30 seconds, you'd have reliable transmit power again. It's weird. I don't get it.
If someone has one of the Yesu adapters for like a Heil headset, it'd be interesting to try that.
Oh, that's interesting. I might have to go get one of those adapter cables.
And Josh, I just sent you a message that if you want to try it with the field or with the Optima, I'm around for it.
Getting the sense that all of these problems that we're talking about are firmware things, because even with the battery charging, I was with Jason from Ham Radio 2.0 this morning, and I tried to charge his battery from his FTX 1F with my battery box USB-C, and it wouldn't charge.
Really?
So yeah, like the USB-C charging in that thing is stupid. Like it won't work with most things.
Okay.
Sounds like that deserves a yet.
Oh, that's
one note, Josh, on those parametric controls. The reason why it looked like there was two repeating is one is if you just have the EQ on, the other is if you have the EQ on and the speech processor on. That was the P-1.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. I started looking at that. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to try and decipher this live. That's just not going to be something I'm doing. But I did it, so I guess we can do a couple of things. We can catch up on that audio. Let me go back. Did we miss any questions? I don't think we did. Nobody.
I've got a question. If you got time.
Why don't? Okay, hold on. Is the comment related to the audio thing?
comments related to the battery charging?
Step away from the microphone a bit. I didn't get something related to the charging. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if the USB-C charging is like the USB-C on those 12-volt laptops that they say it's a USB-C plug, but they want 12 volts.
So it's a speculation that you have. You don't have a thing to try or anything. We don't know. We don't know.
I have data to answer this question.
Okay, go ahead.
So with all of the battery boxes that I've built, all of the ones that I use now have USB-C PD ports that meet the specs of what Yaesu requires, which is the USB-C PD outlet must be able to support 45 watts, 15 volts, and 2 amps, which all of mine do. I even bought a new one that does like 78 watts per port. And because lithium iron phosphate batteries they sit at like 13.3, 13.2, that's kind of their charged voltage, right? The USB outlet isn't seeing a high enough voltage for when you plug it into the Yaesu battery that it will start charging. So I hooked up, I did several tests, but the TLDR version is I hooked up a USB-C PD port that is capable of doing what Yaesu wants to my variable voltage power supply. And at 13.8 volts, the battery would charge. But if it was at like 13.7, the battery wouldn't charge, which means that I cannot charge the Yaesu battery off of any of my battery boxes.
Oh.
Because the USB outlet itself needs to see 13.8 volts. And that's not a thing from the USB outlet. That's a Yaesu thing.
No, that's
oddly enough, my Anchor power brick, the little power bank, that will charge the Yaesu battery. But regardless of all of that, the most I saw, the most the Yaesu battery will take in my tests, which I've done 2, is about 12 watts at 15 volts and 0.08 amps. Nowhere near the 45 watts and 15 volts and 2 amps that Yaesu specs for that this thing must see to charge. Furthermore, if you have the battery connected to the radio and you plug in the 12 volt cable that comes with it into the back of the radio, that will charge the battery at the same current and voltage and wattage as the USB-C. So there is 0 fast charging. 12 watts is about all you're going to get for charging. So it takes about 7 hours to charge the battery.
Ooh.
I did get 9 hours of receive out of it, though.
Oh, that's good.
Have you tried using a USB-C power tester that'll show you like the negotiation and what it's requesting and all that?
I don't have one of those. The only thing that I have that does that is my Anchor power thing.
Okay.
And that was going to be the first thing I was like, hey, just try
thing,
that. But yeah, you did too.
The 45 watt thing is weird because 15 volts at 2 amps is 30 watts.
Right.
So I don't know why they want you to have a 45 watt charger if it can't do 45 watts
Yet
anyway.
here we are. The thing is, these USB-C outlets that are on my battery boxes will charge my MacBook Air faster than the power supply that came with it. I get like 45 watts or 40 watts into my MacBook Air, and that charges at 21 volts.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So this Yaesu, like they had to have bought old stock of like USB plugs, and they're just like, screw it, throw it in there. We don't care.
Yep.
What USB charger do you have?
Hold on.
What are we
I'm
holding
sorry,
on?
say that again?
What model Anchor USB charger do you have?
It's the big boy. It is the, what is it? It's the big one. It's like the 27.
It's got that GANs in it. You got them GANs.
It's bigger than Josh's. This is the Anchor Prime 27,650 milliamp hour power bank.
27,000.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
if you don't have something that shows what voltage it's negotiating, you don't know for sure that the air is actually pulling 21 volts, though.
Well, this Anchor power bank does, though.
It says
shows the voltage and the amp and the watts, all that. It does. It's got a screen on it.
Right, but when you said you're powering your air off of your battery box that you built, you don't know if the air is pulling 12 volts.
Well, sure I do, because I have... Well, I don't know the voltage, and I don't know... Yeah, you're right on that. You're right on that.
Right.
But it's still pulling... 40 watts, 35 watts, whatever.
And that's fine. But the thing is that, so PD wants either 5, 12, 15, or 20 volts. I know that there's a lot of things that pull 21 volts off of it, or 20 and a half, or 19 and a half, or whatever. But if the thing says it wants 15 and it's not going to negotiate anything else but that still technically is within PD spec. It's just really stubborn.
Yes.
All right.
Sounds like software.
I'm going to step in for a second. Just, I think we might have covered that. So I'm going to hit this one real fast. Question. We did get a question. This is the one I found. If I want to run my IC7300 from my second floor bedroom at home without drilling and making my dad mad, what are the best options for hooking up an antenna? Simple. Go to 12-volt power or DX Engineering and look for the Comet window through jumpers, the CTC 50. It's a flat piece of coax that you put in the windowsill, and then you can attach an antenna outside to it and get it into your home on the second floor. There you go. That's all there is to it. You're not going to be able to do much more than 100 watts out of that, though. So, okay. All right. I have a big... I got somebody talking. You want to throw the speaker on this so you guys can hear it all cranked up and loud? Okay. I'll take that as a yes.
Well, let's do it, yeah.
an emphatic yes from the chat.
Well, no one else was...
So this is 75%.
So, Josh, I think your noise cancellation on your microphone's taken out and the audio coming from the radio.
I guess I could... Nah, because it's a speaker. We want to hear it live. It's okay.
Yeah, it is, because when you talk, it comes through. Otherwise, you're silent.
What?
What? All right, never mind.
Huh?
Never mind.
Whack.
All right. Let me turn this down. Too loud. Also, the volume control seems to have like a velocity setting. So if you if you really crank the volume really fast, it'll just drop it immediately, and then you can get in there and fine tune it. It's like it's some kind of velocity thing. It's pretty good. I did hook up the audio. So last live stream, right, where we did the audio check on how it sounds on transmit. I just loaded all those parametric receive things in. I'm kind of curious how it sounds now that we've got it set up. I think, yeah, everything's still locked and loaded. I think we maybe try a little shout on a frequency. So let me find.
But those were transmit settings, Josh. Those weren't receive settings.
I know. Did you see the last live stream?
Oh, I'm sorry. You just said you changed them to you set the receive settings. I thought you were. I misheard you.
All right. No, you're good. Yeah, no, I was testing my transmitted audio on the receive of the SDRs, on the web SDR.
All right.
Let's see if we can actually hear myself and what it sounds like now that we've locked in some of this changes. So if anybody remembers, I don't know why you'd exactly remember. I've been using this Provo, this Orem, Utah, outside of Provo SDR. It's pretty good. Let me find a frequency. Okay, yeah. Now let's lock in. Is this 14,290? Upper sideband. Zoom in a little bit. Let's see, I'm gonna mute myself. You're hearing me on Discord probably. Did we lose the band? We might have lost the band. 14290. 14290. Oh, we might have lost the band.
Well, if you lost the band, if you lost the band, my message still holds true, and I updated where I was.
Do you? Oh, okay. Hold on.
And I'm pretty sure I can pipe HF in.
Let me see if we can. Let's see if we can get to you on that frequency.
Tell me if you can hear the static first.
Oh, I can.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. All right, we're gonna flip it around.
Because I can usually hear SoCal just fine there.
All right, hold on.
Just let me know when you want me to key up on Discord.
Okay. What do you mean? You want you to key up?
Oh, you want to hear your audio coming back across Discord out to YouTube, right?
Yes, but you key up to do that? Oh, on your PTT, I see what you're
on
saying.
Discord, yeah. So let me, and then I just bring the audio. All right, here we go.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Here we go.
No, I'm not hearing you. Wow. I'm seeing high SWR flash at the top of the screen, it looks like.
Okay. So there was not. I locked it in on the band. So go ahead and transmit. Or
there we go.
Oh, it got mad. It doesn't like the SWRs. All right, shut up.
So I do have KPH open, and it does look like you got out.
Yeah, I think I did, but hold on. Let me do something here. I'm gonna do the old StepIR calibration. Everybody can watch the screen as it calibrates itself. If you want to know what StepIRs do, here you go. The RF just goes away as the antenna starts to calibrate itself. So I don't know. It seems to be unhappy about something. So usually if you calibrated it, it solves all the problems. So we'll just do that real fast.
And I know my antenna's up because I can see it out the back 40 on the camera there, and the SWR on my end's fine. So I should be able to hear you. It's not too late in the night yet for 40 to die out this short.
What?
Nothing. Oh, big antenna.
That's a big antenna. No, you don't. What? Here, hold on. Is Lars here? Edison just wants to talk to Lars, he says. Second favorite person, he says. Wow.
That goes on live streams.
That goes on live streams. Okay, hold on. I gotta move some stuff.
Funny guy.
Funny guy, that Lars. Oh my god. Okay. There you go. What are we doing here? Antenna, are you calibrating? Are you done? Okay, no, it's coming back into place now. Definitely didn't drink any of my Coke right now.
Coke tastes funny.
Oh, you mean drugs?
That was Mike.
Oh.
What did you just do? No, it was the other way. Turn it around. Turn it back around. No. You got him backwards, dude.
What?
Look at the left. Look, that's L for left. L for left. My guy.
You mean drugs?
No, don't talk about that. Okay, are we back? Stop. Hold on.
Hey, I want them to
I'm gonna
see
kick you.
me.
I'm gonna kick you out of here, man. You're already. What do you mean meanie?
Sounds like there might be someone on the frequency now, at least on KPH, maybe.
More. Hey, you're turning the wrong way. Okay. Hey, hey.
I'm gonna kick you out of here. You gotta calm down.
Did he get his license?
No, he hasn't got his license.
Okay, someone in the chat or in the earlier live chat was like, "Is Edison gonna get on the radio or something or do a POTA?"
Stop! Just sit down. Just sit down. I'm gonna kick you out of here, dude. You gotta stop messing around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, do you even fine tune?
Okay, hold on.
What?
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Why? I think I might have to put the Optima on, but then if I put the Optima on, we might run into the 40 meter problem. It doesn't like my antenna on.
Daddy. Wow.
The fact that it doesn't like your antenna, oh no.
Is that the radio beeping from high SWR?
It's the amp.
Oh, the Optima?
No, the micro PA50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's showing an SWR 1.69 to 1 though. That's weird.
But it's 1.69, Josh.
It says it's over 3 though when it's complaining. That's weird. Maybe I have to lower the power? Probably have to lower the power.
That would not be.
Liberty Cave, I wish you were on voice chat because I'm curious about this orange cream Coke you're talking about.
Is Lars here?
No. Okay, let's try lower power output. No.
Where do you get orange cream Coke?
From
It's
the Coke.
brand new?
It's brand new? I gotta look out for this.
Well, shoot. What do I do now? Why am I having a problem with this? What? This antenna's fine on
I'll say this. Don't key up right where you're at right now, because that's where the ESSB guys are talking on 7282 right now.
Okay. What the heck?
Is that the really wide SSB?
Yeah,
like 6 kilohertz wide or something?
For anything above 3 kilohertz, yeah.
What freak? 7287? I'm curious to hear that.
7282. They're mostly California, a little bit of Arizona, Nevada, and Oregon guys that are on there.
Hey, why'd you turn the camera?
Okay, go back inside. I'm done. I can't work while you're asking me a bunch of like questions and telling me no. Go. Come on. Cause I
yeah,
said
I don't hear him.
stop.
There's
Go,
some
go,
strong
go,
signal
go.
on
I don't wanna do this right now.
7184.
Outside. You're not
No,
listening.
Mike, I'll have to send you some of their photos. Actually, I'll send you a call sign to look up, because I don't want to put it out on the air, even though it's out on the air. I'll send this to you.
Just get to the damn point, Frank.
Look at that call sign. You'll be very impressed with their setup.
All right. Don't just send me a link directly to their QRZ page. Don't you know I'm an appliance operator? I want to just click a button and go. Now I have to type in a call sign.
I didn't have a quick link for you.
That's fine. I'll work my way through it.
He figures you're used to doing things the hard way, considering you got a Mac.
You're gonna try that cheap. Who said that?
Hide and seek.
Who said that?
I said that.
No snitches.
Who's I? Who said that?
I don't know, Frank. You offered that up a little too quick.
What a coward! What a coward!
What are you talking about, a coward? You talk over me every time I tell you.
It's the same. It's hide and seek.
Well, your name is hide and seek, and destroy.
Well, at least you got that.
Yeah,
all right, we're gonna go full Optima, Frank. We're gonna go full Optima. Yeah.
Never go full Optima, Josh.
We're gonna get my
sling
I'm
blade.
gonna get my
There's a
Optima.
meme, dude. Never go full Optima.
I'm gonna get my Optima
At least
red
not
top
yet,
battery
till they
from
fix the
the
battery
side yard, and I'm gonna put it into the Optima base station here, and we're gonna send it.
He
okay?
went straight from plaid to Optima.
Yes, he went straight to
still,
Optima.
I'm still sitting on 87.
All right, let's.
Jody, that is not the solution.
What?
I mean, I guess we're in the background. We're thinking about GPS things that'll work with the FTX 1F.
You
that
get
are
your
not the Yaesu GPS.
You get your 705 that has GPS output, and you plug it in.
And you just turn it on.
And you plug it into the FTX, right?
Well, Yaesu typically doesn't like to share their GPS data with anything.
Well, that's why you got to use the ICOM to feed the GPS into the Yaesu.
Maybe.
You know.
But then how do you get that to your computer?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Yeah, because the Yaesu ain't sharing that with your computer, so
no.
You got to make like a breakout box, or you got to get the breadboard out on the POTA Park picnic bench.
Yeah,
now every POTA your SO2R.
There you go.
Yeah. That's
so if
crazy.
You're in a 3-fer, so if you're doing that, then when I'm at the 3-fer, it's really a 6-fer because I'm on 2 radios, right?
No, it's not that you're on. It's not SO2R. It's SO2 GPS.
Yeah, there you go.
Hold
so
on.
you can do APRS and DPRS at the same time if you have the 705 and the FTX 1F.
Right,
Since
right.
you're using GPS, not all your equipment is in the park.
We're not.
Say that again.
GPS satellite is definitely not in the park with you.
Yeah, but you're not transmitting
no.
on GPS.
Yeah, that's just
But you're utilizing.
And one of them could be over the park, and that counts.
Yeah.
Could be.
He's not wrong though. Like where he's going with this. Like
also,
if you want to be technical about it.
They're above the Karman line, so they count anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Satellites count for POTA.
Yeah, I know.
So GPS works.
Oh my God! What have
I mean, if you have an ICOM, GPS works.
And Bluetooth.
Oh.
So the moral of the story is don't use the Optima yet.
So wait, hold on, Eric. My FTM 500, minus the problem I had on VHF with it, my FTM 500 GPS worked fine for APRS.
Minus all of the things that don't work, it works good.
Yeah, well, VHF for some reason twice in a row, the 500 has dropped power from the full 50 watts to like milliwatts. No, and it's been sent in to be repaired once before.
All right, where are you at,
We
Frank?
used to send out status reports, and it would say
7287.
We're 75% complete with repairs, with the exception that 25% of that is not done.
All right, hold on. I gotta get down to you.
Someone was trying to call you just now too.
Kilo India 6 November Alpha Zulu test. Kilo India 6 November Alpha Zulu.
You actually sound good here.
All right, this is Josh, Kilo India 6 November Alpha Zulu with the parametric receive adjusted. How am I coming through?
It sounds like me a lot. That's like
Yeah.
That sounds like me.
Yeah, you sound good there.
Wow, that's actually I did all that just to hear myself on the parametric adjustment. That's legit. That's good. That's
I'm over here in Arkansas, and I can just barely hear you above the noise floor, and you sounded almost like you were in the room with me.
Yeah, that was real good.
Yeah.
Okay, so shout out to the parametric receive settings. You should definitely do those. Lock those in. That was legit. So thank you, Bob Heil. Man, that's impressive.
And if you want to refine them a little bit more, the screenshots I sent you between the two live streams refine them just a little bit more. But play with them and see what happens.
I don't want to refine them at all. They sound great.
If what playing you could do with them is you could try with just the EQ and not the processor, and then you could turn the processor on and try EQ and processor, and then turn EQ off and all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's slick. So I will give it to Yasu on that. Really loud speaker, and then really good audio. Like that's pretty true audio as far as I'm concerned. I could hear myself coming back. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that's what they had. That's what they have on the 710 too, and I nailed those settings on the 710 thanks to both Bob Heil's work and Hollywood WECB 640. That's sometimes in the chats, you might recognize that name if you're in the YouTube chats. He helped me really dial in the audio.
Well, all right. The settings were on the screen a couple of minutes ago when I was doing the settings, but they're on the Discord right now. If somebody wants to drop is there a link to the settings? Can somebody drop like an actual URL? Like Frank, do you just want to drop a link?
I'll see if I can find it. Or Scott, if you happen to have the URL, just drop it in the live stream chat.
Yeah.
Well, I written them down, and I put that file up on the page because that's what's my little notepad file that I use to write them down.
Let me see if I can find it.
I just dropped it.
Drop it. Ow. All right, hold on. We're gonna now since we've done that, why don't we throw so the amp doesn't like 40 meters for some reason here, right? That was
all
the
right,
amp
so
complaining.
I just dropped a link to it. He has DSP settings for Yaesu, Kenwood, ICOM, Elecraft. So you can go in and pick your radio, pick your flavor, and have fun with it.
That mad flavor. Booyah! That's what we're talking about. Gonna get some FT8 going right now. Maybe.
So if they got them for Kenwood, Josh, you could put them in the KX3 and try it.
There you go.
Oh, Scott, why wouldn't you?
Excuse me, Elecraft.
Yeah, I was trying to get to where you were going. I'm like, Kenwood? What? Like, I assumed you meant Elecraft, but... All right, let's see, is that going to do it? That'll do it.
I get a mic check.
Yep, your mic's good.
Player.
Thank you.
All right.
Did anyone named Mike give you a mic check?
Mike, will you give me a mic check?
No.
I don't know what I expected, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Andrew, you don't expect anything less from anyone named Mike.
Wow, Dad, can we go up it? No.
Yeah, nor do you expect more.
Now I forget how this radio works. Oh my God, how do I change the band?
You push the button.
Menu.
Push it through.
Oh, is that what it is? Jeez. Oh, that's right. You gotta go. There you go.
You can always connect to it with a web browser.
Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. All right, let me get this thing going, and then we'll talk to our YouTube friends. Okay, we are in the slot there, right? Sure. Okay. Let's see if we can make some contacts with no amp. We're just going straight into the beast here. Let's see how we do. All right. With that said, let's say hi to our YouTube friends. Starting at the bottom. Oh, why is it showing? Oh, it's 1.5 to. There you go. 1.6 SWR. We're good. Starting from the bottom up, Dane, the portable ham. What's up, bud? Are you there, Dane?
Dane, don't make me look bad, bro.
This is when we say hi to some
I'm here. Sorry, I was
YouTubers.
looking at something else.
No, you're good. What's
Just
going
went
on,
from
man?
like 5 days ago, too.
Well, not too much. I got a new antenna. Just got that in that I'm going to be reviewing here shortly. And then other than that, no, just trying to get the rest of the videos up from Hamvention. I do have to say, all the YouTubers that are on here, man, whoever I actually got a chance to meet, thank you guys. It was a pleasure meeting you all. That's all I got.
What's the antenna you're rocking?
It was one from Alpha. It's the HOA Buster.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right on.
So I'm just kind of curious. I've never messed with an antenna like that before, and Steve was nice enough to let me pick one of those up. So I'm kind of curious. Want to get it on a analyzer and everything like that, and see what it can do.
Nice. Cool. I think I commented. Did I comment on? I don't know. I might have commented on one of your videos recently. But yeah, good stuff. Keep it going, man.
Cool. Thank you, Ben.
Right on. All right. So let's see who is next on the list. Mark Boondock Echo going up the list. How you doing, Mark? He might be taking care of a doggo. So yeah. Oh, I think I hear he's there. How you doing, man? Oh, I don't hear him.
Echo. Yeah, I don't hear him either.
Did somebody say Boondock Echo?
Keyed up, but no audio.
Hey, Boondock Mark.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, yeah, we had a dog that had a really just ridiculously fast-growing tumor.
Oh, no.
Like noticeably day to day it was growing. So we had that out. You know, we first discovered it Thursday, last Thursday. We had it out the following Thursday, and it was, you know, went from the size of a pea to the size of a chocolate chip cookie. It was crazy. So we're just trying to keep her quiet. Dogs want a dog, and she shouldn't because she just had surgery. So we're just taking turns, keeping her chill. In Boondock Land, we're hoping for a big push on June 1st, releasing some new hardware and software for everybody, some edge servers you can employ to keep your data yours if you want. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Just been a mad rush. I will say one thing, though. We had a staff meeting on Friday.
Okay.
And KC said my code was not very good.
Oh, no.
I know, but you want to know something? He's right. I have no idea what I'm doing when things get that big. You know, that's why we have professionals like KC. He let me go too long without supervision, and I need adult supervision. So...
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Did Casey write the fixes to your code before he even looked at your code?
No, he made an AI do it.
So, Mark, let me get this right. You didn't dog food your own code.
I did, and the code, by the way, the code
He
worked.
dog food it. He ate that dog food.
I have a habit of abstracting things a little too heavily at times, and I made it a little too hard to understand how things worked at the very rudimentary level. I wanted things to work very easily at the high level. So, no, it's totally cool. He's right. I mean, he just took it and he fixed it. He fixed it with AI. If anybody out there hasn't used it yet, ChatGPT has I forget the name of it, but a GitHub link in that, I mean, it's coming for our jobs. Anybody who knows how to program, you better learn how to use it so you can become 2 programmers instead of 1.
Go.
What?
Did we lose Josh?
No, I'm here. I got people that are coming in bugging me.
No worries.
Okay.
I'll riff for a minute until you're ready.
No, I'm back. I'm back. You're good.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And yeah, thank you for catching us up on what's going on. Sorry I was not completely paying attention because I had people coming in here, but
Can we just give a quick chin scratches from all around to the doggo?
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, she's.
I hate people, but I love animals. So there you go.
You're my kind of man. I tell you.
right answer.
Although, I love being frenemies with you. Love you, Mike, but I also like pretending like it's the worst thing in the world to go after you. So I'm going to keep that up. Just FYI.
Story of my life, dude. Join Vince, VE6LK. Ham harder.
Sounds good, guys. Well, thanks, everybody. I'll be around. I'll just not be keying up here. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Next is Mike. The Mike, K8MRD. How's it going, man?
On me? You're going backwards now.
We're going backwards, going up.
Weird. It's weird. It's good. It's good to not follow K6ARK though.
It's weird. It's weird. It is weird. Yeah. How's it going, man?
Yeah. It's going well. I've been playing. I've been hiking and playing radio these past 3 days. I'm including today in that with the FTX 1F. I mean, overall, I think just us talking today makes me feel a little better about the issues that I'm having because everyone else is having issues with it. And they're minor. Usability, though, it's fantastic. So I'm quite pleased with it.
I will say that I spent a decent amount of time in user experience land of development, and I don't like the menu. I don't.
Well, duh.
I just don't like the menu.
But I agree. But it's better than the 891. So
sure.
I cut my teeth on the Yaesu 450. That was my first HF rig.
And that was a problematic system as well. Yeah.
No, I mean, if it was, I didn't know. I made sideband contacts. I made DX. I was doing FT8 when FT8 first came out I got a signal link and made that work. And then I graduated from the 450 to the 891. And then from the 891 to the 7300. And I've kind of been more ICOM ever since. But that's purely from a menu standpoint, though.
Yes.
The new Yaesu can make does make incredible receivers. They're fantastic.
Absolutely. No question.
But they fall short in the issues that we've spoken about today that are still things, the menus. While they are better and they're streamlined across the 710, the FTDX10, and now the FTX 1F, they're very similar, much in the way that the 705, the 7300, and the 7610 are similar. So they're working on it, but it's like by trade, let's just as a general broad brush stroke, I was in design. That's what I did for a living, and in my job, you look at the little details. It's not painting with broad strokes. It's what's the molding in the corner doing? How's that angle cut? And I don't think Yaesu does that for portable.
Right.
They don't get it. And even in the menus, if you look at the menus, still we only have 3 pages for the most things that you're going to access. But look at where the boxes are. There's just blank spaces in some of the menus. It's like they threw a dart at a board and what grid square on this screen does it get? It's just not organized. It's clutter. They don't. Yaesu doesn't understand attention to detail.
So somebody said what are some of the problems with the menu? So it's just a big hodgepodge of boxes. And for instance, I was mucking around with the EQ settings, right? And I have the ability to click a button that says EQ on or EQ off, right? That's the setting. And then if I want to go make EQ setting changes, I have to know to click the lower right-hand corner button twice, and then I need to go into not radio settings, but I've got to go into another bottom menu thing, which the bottom menu bar is different from the boxes, versus why can't I just hold down the EQ button for 3 seconds and it just takes me there? There's no reason. that I can think of.
If you're just on the main VFO of the radio on HF.
Yeah.
The attenuator. Why can't you just touch that and it turns it on or it turns it off? Instead, you have to touch it. And then even if it's off, you still have to decide whether you want it off or on. You have to touch another button.
Right.
Or when you hold down if you want to change bands, you got to long press the top button and then it brings up the band stacking register. And then you touch the band and then it waits a second.
There's also something
it's
called...
like, dude, I just touched the band.
Right. Yes. Yeah. There's also something called like menu uniformity or like a user experience uniformity, where if you condition the users to know your radio is a certain, or whatever, like an application, to know that like they need to click on boxes. Well, then you have to then break them of that to know that if they go to like the lower menu bar on the third page of menus, that now we're no longer in box clicking land, we're in a tree menu system. So we've changed menu systems, and there's not a reason they needed to change the menu systems that way if they wanted to. Since we've indoctrinated the users to understand that they have to go through pages of boxes of menus.
Whoa.
Why not just add more pages of boxes where you go into things like EQ settings and digital settings and whatever? Like, you could have done it that way too.
Them EQ settings.
Yeah.
And name, like you saw when you were trying to set the transmit EQ.
Yeah.
Low, mid.
Yeah.
Mid,
so,
high.
Yeah.
High.
Like, yeah, and that's what threw me off, is that like, and just as I don't know who it was who said that. It's like, well, one of those EQs is when you're using the voice processing, and one of them is when you're not. It's like, well, why doesn't the menu just say that?
The same way. Yeah, I mean it does.
Like,
it's
can.
like PRC.
You got words.
The other thing, when you go into the deep F menu on the FTX one, and I'm sure it's the same way. Even if you're in like the deep F menu, and I noticed you were rotating the function knob.
Yes.
But if you touch the screen, it goes down by one increment. It doesn't go by a page. It's like, I can see all this stuff here. Like ICOM just goes by pages. Like, here's all the stuff here.
Right.
If you want one of those, touch it. If not, hit the down arrow, and that'll take you to a whole new set of options.
Right.
Yesu's nay. We're going to go down by one. And some of these functions are number 13 down the list. So you got to touch the screen 13 freaking times. You can't long press it. You can't grab the slider bar and slide it down.
Yes.
Just like I'm trying to stay positive, but here we are.
It's getting warm in here, kids. This QRP radio's heating up. Doing FT8.
Oh, yeah, so
it's hot. It's really hot.
I also, speaking of QRP radios.
Yeah.
And you're a software engineer.
Yes. Well,
right.
No longer anymore. I'm a manager
now.
You
moonlight as a software engineer.
I'm a manager now, but yeah.
Whatever.
I've lost my street cred.
Holy crap, Josh! Can you over-engineer which frickin' radio to take to Hawaii? My God.
Yeah,
it's
dude.
Hilarious watching you. I understand. I got to break your balls about it.
It's
take
like
a radio, call CQ, and like I would be more concerned about. Well, you got the antenna sorted, I guess. So.
Do you ever wake up just like in a cold sweat randomly, considering a question that your subconscious mind was like thinking of? So you're fast asleep, and then you eyes wide up and go, "Where is my birth certificate?" Like, that's the stuff that wakes me up, is just completely completely stupid questions. Like, what radio do I bring to Hawaii? Like that stuff keeps me up at night thinking about it, because
Josh, when I went to Italy, you know what I did? I put my 705 in a bag, and I put it in another bag, and I flew to Italy, and I made a bunch of POTA contacts. You don't think if you spot yourself in Hawaii, you don't need 90 minutes, dude.
Ham Radio Crash Course has gone tropical.
Unless propagation just sucks that bad in Hawaii, I don't think you're going to have a problem. I could be wrong. Never been there. But
I don't know. So for me, honestly, I really want to take the Yaesu because it's like the hot it radio, but at the same time, I want to do digital. Oh, we just killed it. There it is. It reset itself.
I don't think it's ready for prime time.
But it doesn't have digital mode, so I can't do like FT8. I can't do WinLink. I can't do all those fun things that I like to do when I'm portable. I think
you know what does?
I think I'm taking the Lab 599. I am. I think I'm
either
taking it.
Either that or the QMX. I mean, I would genuinely just leave it up to Siri. So here. Hey Siri,
I'm taking the PowerFilm Solar to keep it charged up while I'm doing those 90 minutes.
There you go.
And that goes right into the Lab 59. That's it. I think that's it.
Here, this is how you don't over-engineer it, Josh.
Oh my God, it smells.
Heads is QMX, tails is Lab 599, right? Hey Siri, heads or tails? Well, she said tails.
Okay, what's that mean?
I don't know why.
What was that?
That's the 599.
Okay, good. Siri's on my side.
So there you go. Done.
I love that the comment in the chat is put a fan under your radio and that you won't have a problem with it overheating. Don't get me wrong. I was hitting it a little hard there, but
what was overheating?
The ZBit X. I was overheating it doing FT8 right now.
That's another thing with the FTX1F.
Yeah. Anyway,
I had it on receive for 9 hours, and it gets warm just sitting there.
Oh, that's not good. A receiver should just be able to sit there forever and just listen. That's crazy.
The FTX1F is a hot radio. It gets warm, so that's all I got. There's probably other people that want to talk to you, Josh.
Well, no, that's interesting though, Mike, because they actually do sell that accessory fan that like slaps on the back of it.
Yeah, and how are you going to plug the battery into that when that fan's on there?
So I was so intrigued by this damn fan that I also pre-ordered like all the accessories. So I'm trying to get my hands on everything, and I'm just going to review everything. But
yeah,
they got it in HRO, and somebody had a pre-order before me, so I didn't get it. So we're fanless. We got no fans.
You can't. As far as I know, you can't use the battery if the fan is on.
Yeah.
The logic behind.
It doesn't
work.
The
logic behind that is that you need the fan at full 10 watts digital, but you don't need it when you're running the 6 watts from the internal battery.
The radio gets noticeably warm just receiving.
No, I agree. I mean, that's the first thing I noticed when I powered mine up for a few hours. But that's the logic behind why you can't use the fan with the battery.
Makes sense. Also, that heat plate that's on the backside, that's like a direct heat transfer plate. That middle part with those.
Yeah, that's where the fan sits over.
Yeah, so I'm assuming the fan's got probably another plate that lines up with it or something where it can disperse heat. But who am I? I don't know because I don't have one. Somebody else bought it, so there you go.
Hang on, Paulo K1PAP says it does. It's the same with Optima. So he's saying the fan does fit on with the battery. I'd be curious to see how that happens. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm 3 days into using this radio.
Yeah, guys, we're all. I think that there were some design decisions that I wouldn't have made. That's true. Like I think that's a true statement. But everything they did well, they killed it at. It is great for a receiver. It's great for a speaker. And a lot of the other problems, the nits, I think they can fix it with firmware. I think they just need to go do it. They just need to make that happen. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Next is, I believe, Adam. It is. It's Adam, K6ARK. Is he still around? Is he hanging out with us?
I am still around.
Hey, Adam. So you made it back from Hamvention. You guys were busy. Ara and Joshua and Adam at their booth at Hamvention and also at 4 Days in May. I'm sorry I wasn't there for that, but you guys were very successful. You had a great show. How was everything?
It was awesome. It was definitely a different experience having a booth versus just wandering around. I thought that I might have some time to actually go explore the Hamvention, but we had no more than like 30 seconds of break where we had nobody coming by the booth. It was pretty awesome, and it was great to see so many people come say hi. So it was a lot of fun, and we sold a bunch of stuff, so that was good too.
Yeah. I mean, do you mind saying like how many kits and stuff you all sold? Just the number. Was it like a good show for you?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many quantity we sold. I brought a lot back home, but I also I was trying to kind of estimate the quantity of like individual sellable items I brought, and it was probably somewhere between like 1,200 and 1,500 because my crap is so tiny. All that fit into a couple of bags.
Whoa!
But
so is that?
So I brought a ton of stuff. But
does that mean that's all going to Amazon soon?
A good chunk of it did. Yeah, this week I sent another over 500 items off to Amazon of various things.
Here
so
we go. We gotta look.
Yeah.
Up, we gotta look up K6ARK.com. K6ARK. Look them up. Oh, I find printables is the first thing I search for, Adam. I'm always looking for new prints.
Oh, I just designed one today that you may be interested in. It's the Osmo Action 4. Doesn't have filter threads, and I like to put filters on it. I like to put a +1 close-up filter because it's focused on on infinity, and when you're doing like a arm's length selfie, you're out of focus because it's focused on infinity. So I made a 52 millimeter filter holder and printed that up. I didn't post it on printables yet, but I probably will. And then I was doing some other designing today as well. I designed up yesterday evening a PCB version of the microphone kit to try to simplify assembly. Some of the stuff in the future will likely be pre-assembled, so you don't have to solder those tiny wires to those tiny components, and it'll just make it that much easier for me to put kits together.
Nice.
Dag nabbit, Adam. You couldn't spend my money with a CW key or a mini mic. You had to go and make filters for the Osmo.
Hey, well, that's going to be free. That's on printables, so it won't cost you a thing.
Well, it cost me the PETG to do it. But yeah.
What?
Fair enough.
So, Mike, which Osmo did you get? Which Action do you have? Do you have the 5?
Yeah, I got the whatever they add, the Action 5 Pro. They're calling it now.
There you go. So you can get those filters from Adam, and you can add. Will it work with like an ND filter or something like that, Adam?
I don't. That's that. You guys are giving me too much credit.
Okay.
Any 52 millimeter thread filter will fit on this little holder.
Oh, okay.
But it I don't know if the sort of lens protrusion is the same size on the 5, so I couldn't tell you if it would work on the 5 or not. But it's just friction fits onto the circular sort of lens cover thing on the 4. So
nice. Okay.
Yeah. And then let's see. Today, I don't know if you remember, but a number of years ago, I designed a capacitive touch paddle for the KX2 and KX3 that would plug into the front, 4-pin header, 2x2 header socket on the front of the KX2 and KX3. And so I revisited that, revised it a bit, and ordered some boards to experiment with a cleaned up, newer design on that to try to put some of those out there. Nice. And then the last thing, I'm uploading some photos right now. I've been editing today. Started editing the 160 meter activation video from Agua Tibia Mountain, where you worked me and Mark up there on the summit, and those photos that I posted are screen captures from the video, and what you might notice is the aspect ratio of those photos.
Oh yeah,
on that activation, I brought out an anamorphic lens to play with it. I bought a 24 millimeter anamorphic lens to use with the camera bodies, the Canon camera bodies that I've got, and I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with the video. It looks pretty cool, and the anamorphic lens gives a pretty cool look to it. So yeah, that's what's in the pipeline, and nice to have a free weekend back at home to relax a little bit from Hamvention and get caught up on some chores here.
What's the f-stop on that? Like a 2.8?
It's down to a 2.8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks really good in the light. And then you get a little bit of stuff going on in the low light, but it's still good. I like the size of it, like the
it's a heavy, it's
I
a
bet.
heavy lens.
Yeah. Now you're gonna start making like some kind of POTA or soda horror movie with an anamorphic lens. That's what you should do. You should make like for Halloween some kind of a horror movie.
Right. Yeah. So somebody was asking what the 160 meter antenna was for that summit. I brought a couple. So one of the fun things, the mast is really the challenging part. And the mast that I brought was actually a couple of masts that I figured out I could stack. I used a heavier duty carbon fiber mast that I typically put Moxons up on, and it's 25 feet tall. And on top of that, I put another standard telescopic pole that's around 22 feet. So we were almost 50 feet up in the air for the high point of the antenna. And I brought a couple of antennas. I brought a full-size 160 meter dipole that unfortunately we didn't quite have room to set up there. There was just too much brush, and it would have been too difficult to get it strung out. So instead, we set up about 185 foot random wire and tuned it up, and it tunes up fine on 160 meters with that. So it was worked well enough. We got, I think, 6 or 7 160 meter contacts each, and a couple on 80, and worked Japan and all over on the higher bands.
I like it. Very good.
Yeah, it was good.
All right. Well, thank you, Adam, very much for hanging out with us.
So,
Appreciate that.
real quick, Shane, Adventures in Blind Photography, actually has a question for Adam over on the YouTube side.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is it the one that? Yeah. Adam, on Amazon, there is the QRP matching kit, the 20-watt matching kit, and the EZ match kit. What is the EZ match kit?
Yeah, so I just added the Easy Match to the Amazon page. I sold it once at 4 Days in May last year. I had a batch of them and sold some there. Basically, it's a bit easier version of my matching unit kits to build. The traditional QRP and 20-watt units use my standard half-inch diameter PCB, where you have to install I think it's a 0805 or whatever, 0804, whatever it is, capacitor, surface mount capacitor, which is a bit of a challenge for some people. So I designed one that has larger pads for the wire attachments and uses standard through-hole capacitor to make things a little bit easier to build. But all the stuff still goes together pretty much the same way. So the toroid and the matching unit itself is just straight off the end of the BNC connector, and it can be built with either a male or a female BNC connector. It's pretty good.
There you go. Right on. Cool. Well, thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate that. All right, next is Tim, Grayman POTA. How's it going on, bud?
God, now I know how Mike feels. How do I follow that?
Hey.
Golly. I tell you what. So, yeah, you're right, Mike. It was great at Hamvention this year, being able to meet up and see everybody that you haven't seen since the last big Hamfest, Adam included. So that was good. Just doing some editing. Got some videos in the can from Dayton, and I was out today testing a new antenna that I picked up, and also a big giant thing that Corky QRP sent me. So got some videos coming out.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Have you? Holy cow! You could cover your swimming pool with that thing. It's so big.
I used it on the live stream at the camp out, and you probably didn't see it on the live stream at the. It covers my tailgate, and it's longer than my tailgate on my truck. It's huge.
Yeah, it's a big thing. I'm impressed with it, but just good stuff. And obviously I talked about it briefly. I blew my ZBit X up with an unfortunate incident. So got an opportunity to talk to a few electrical engineers while I was there. Talked to Farhan. He was a nice guy.
Great guy. He's super nice.
had me talk to somebody else, couldn't understand a damn thing the guy said, and it was typical Indian tech support, and so I'm just fixing myself. But I'm probably going to make some modifications to that, maybe do a little bit of a protection circuit of some sort, and
you swapped the cells, didn't you? You flipped them. I think we talked about this.
Well, so the actual plastic tray, if you look at it, is wired backwards. It's correct on the plate that's on the case of the radio, but the tray that the cells sit in, it's backwards, and I looked at the wrong one. So
crap.
But we'll fix it. I mean, it's what I went to school for, so I'm sure I'll probably use that education.
Yeah.
30 years later.
Yeah. There you go. I like it.
But,
all right, cool.
But other than that, got a trip actually to San Diego coming up in the I think like the 7th of June. I'm going to be out there, so I'll be swinging around San Diego County, trying to activate as many parks as I can.
There are quite a few. If you get further north, let me know. I'll come out and try and meet up with you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I'm further north than San Diego. I'm decently north.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. All right, next is Frank, Ham Radio Wilderness. How's it going, man?
Well, I'll pull a Mark. Now I know how it feels to go towards the end here.
Yeah.
Drop my link there while I'm waiting. Not a whole lot going on. Live streams galore. We had CQ Chit Chat last night. I had Ziggy 75 ohm ham on. We talked about tuners, the secret life of them. And I think because of some issues, we're going to do a video follow-up where we just sit down and talk more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, have a bunch of live streams coming up. I actually did a very hot take video was it this last week? Yeah, it was after Hamvention, about the Yaesu FTX one and the Reddit thread that happened with it.
I watched it.
Yeah.
What do you? As far as Reddit goes, I think that most of the replies were actually very reasonable. As far as Reddit goes, it was pretty solid. A lot of those guys were like,
"Oh yeah,
this is commerce. Yeah. This is like literally, we have to ship things from one location of the country to another location, and that takes time. There is no situation. Like, I just want everybody to remember, HRO, DX Engineering, Gigaparts, all of them, RNL, everybody. They all want you to get your radios. They're not doing any shenanigans, but at the same time, there's more than just one party involved in that. Yaesu must ship to the retailer. Retailer must ship from a carrier. Carrier must bring it to your home. If you wanted it that bad, you could have gone to Hamvention, or you could have did will call, or you could have done any number of things. And then for some of you, like, there's no store in my area. I get it. So that means that you have to deal with the carrier situation. That's just the way it goes. HRO earmarked all of their radios for their stores. They were shipped directly from the store. They were shipped directly from Yaesu corporate to the individual stores. That was a correction I didn't have. I went back to the booth. I talked to the HRO people, and I said, "Help me out with all this. People are losing their minds on the internet. What's going on?" And they said it was really simple. We took pre-orders. We then ordered radios to meet those pre-orders. Those radios went to the store that is closest to that user. And Yaesu shipped the radios to that store. So they couldn't give you a tracking number because they don't have the label yet for you, the individual. They were receiving them from Yaesu still on that weekend going into Hamvention. There was no thing to update you because they didn't have them yet. What would the update look like? We don't have your radio yet, but we promise we're going to have it soon, and we're going to ship it as fast as we can. It's like, that's what they do all the time. It would have taken longer to talk about it than to just do what they normally do. And then,
absolutely.
But then also, Hamvention is the biggest ham, event of the year. And if there's a new radio coming out and they're possibly available to sell, they got to get some on hand to sell them. That's just the way it goes, man. That's just the way that's just reality. Like, when some new thing comes out and you can actually sell it, people will buy it at Hamvention because it's just the excitement of the show. People just are so into whatever's going on. Maybe that's exactly what they're looking for. Mike bought one. Mike canceled his pre-order, and he was like, no, you know what? The excitement of the show's got me. I'm in. Actually, I think it was because he heard the speaker on Jason's radio, as he already said. But still, things happen at Hamvention. If you wanted it, come to Hamvention. That's what happens. It's just the way it is. It's I mean, that's the world we live in, man. When things like come to buying and selling radios, that's how it goes, right? I don't know. Anybody in the chat?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm waiting for flame comments at me in the chat to be like, but they got it before me and I ordered it and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yes, you did. You did.
Don't worry, Josh does. We'll come afterwards.
Yeah, well, they can come at me.
If you go into my comments, they came after me for my video too. So
well, I mean, I commented. So somebody told me Mike got flamed on his video, and then I posted a comment on Mike's video because I'm like, this shall not stand. And I made a comment, and my comment on I was wrong on how the fulfillment from HRO went. Yaesu ships to all the stores, as I've reiterated. That is the accurate statement. But then Mike pinned my comment. So now I'm getting comments on my comment, and I'm replying to comments.
Wait, do I need to unpin this?
No. It was good because I got some feedback from people that they wanted the straight answer. So I went to HRO, and I asked questions on their behalf, and then I came back to your video to reply to people and say, hey, just wanted to follow up. I went and talked to HRO. Here's how it went. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's completely reasonable. They bought all the radios to cover their pre-orders, and they bought radios to sell at Hamvention. That's what happened. That's all it is. That's
Sounds
it.
like a normal, everyday business decision.
Just commerce. Just commerce, Mike. It's just commerce.
So,
they're a for-profit business, and they're at the world's biggest ham radio festival.
Mm-hmm.
So with all that being said,
hold on 1 second, and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry. I have to respond to Liberty Cave. Liberty Cave says pre-orders exist for the vendor's convenience, not the consumers. I disagree, because if the consumers thought it was inconvenient for them, they wouldn't buy it. They wouldn't pre-order. Consumers enter into this relationship because they want the product. They want it. But go ahead, Mike. What are you going to say?
Driving across the country to buy a radio.
Yeah.
That's not why I drove across the country, but
no, I know, but yeah.
Oh my god, I don't want to.
And yes, while I had a pre-order in, due to working conditions, I had to change that to someone else got my radio. How's that? We'll go with that.
Are you mad as hell and you're not going to take it because somebody bought your pre-order? I'm just kidding, Frank. I know your thoughts. I watch your videos.
Yeah.
Good.
I could care less right now, especially with the current working conditions. And HK there in the comments was funny. He said they sat in a container because Frank highballed the car. That means I put it to the side. I said, no, this car can't transport on the network. Now, I didn't do that because I wasn't even working. So
yeah.
Yeah. But it's been fun. It's been interesting for sure. And yeah, we're looking at Thursday's NorCal SwapNet. Looks like I'm going to be running the NorCal SwapNet for the foreseeable future now. The net control Armand, he's a wonderful guy. Met him in person. You know, we chat daily almost. Absolutely great guy. He had a foot issue that he was in the hospital for a while for, and he cannot get up the stairs to his Radio Shack. So he can't run the SwapNet, and the SwapNet must go on. So I stepped up, and for 3 weeks now, and for the foreseeable future, Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 Central. Sorry, guys, in the Central Eastern Time. That's just how it's been done for 20-some-odd years. I brought it into 21st century onto YouTube. Mm-hmm. We're doing the NorCal SwapNet.
Good.
First Fridays is Q&AMA. Yes, Tim, I know it's 11 Eastern. Don't even start with me.
That's right. Everything should be in Eastern time. That's God's time.
It's still going to be 11 p.m. Eastern.
Right, yeah.
Just because we're all on Eastern, it's still going to be 11 p.m. Eastern because the sun ain't down yet.
Exactly. Q&A May, first Friday of the month. Come by and ask me anything. It can be ham-related, photography-related, railroad-related. You have questions, I may or may not have answers. I do have the right to, the question's too crazy, I'm not going to answer it. I have right of refusal there. And then the second and fourth Fridays is CQ Chit Chat, where I bring guests on and we talk about stuff. So yesterday was Ziggy, and we talked about tuners. 2 weeks ago, it was Eric, who's up next, and we talked about satellites.
Nice.
And that's it from me. The list is still current, Josh, so have fun with it. And I'm glad I could help out with 40 meters here.
Yes, sir. And it sounds good. It sounds like we do actually have a decent path on 40, so I got to keep that in mind in case we have a great disaster. I'll be reaching out to Frank to drive his train down to bail me out.
I wish.
All right, next is Eric, Ham Radio Ohana. How's it going, man? And thanks for giving the little tidbits and tips for getting ready for Hawaii.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. So the movers are coming this next week and the week after that for my eventual departure from Paradise.
Mm-hmm.
But I put out a video earlier this morning regarding the easiest way I found to track satellites manually. So if you want to see a super easy way, watch my video.
I will.
I think it works pretty good.
I'm gonna add that right to my history there.
Hey,
oh, look at that. Well, tell me okay. Now, first second, what bag are you wearing, bro? What is this? I want to know more about this bag. What's going on here?
Okay, that's actually like a super, it's like 4 bags. It's a 6-inch by 10-inch, admin, airsoft pouch, and then it's got a 6-inch by 6-inch at the bottom where I throw a lot of junk in.
Yeah.
And the part that makes it super good for me is the ATAC mount. So I can toss my phone on the outside. You can see it kind of right in the center.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
You can look down and see exactly where the satellite is at any time without having to, do any crazy 17-hand sort of thing going on.
I gotta say, bro, I'm looking down at the description, trying to find the links to purchase this. You need to have affiliate codes for this setup. You took the time to build this. Where is your affiliate codes?
Yeah, on the portable FM satellite build link that's there, it goes through the entire build with links.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Hey, aloha,
just drop the link. You got to put the links in there so people don't have to go to a separate thing. Hold on, let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I'm gonna follow this up and maybe buy some crap. Definitely that TAC platform. That's cool. Go ahead, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been trying to find that sort of setup for about 2 years. When I started doing satellites just a little bit over 2 years ago, I had an iPad in an admin pouch, trying to not drop it on the ground, but also have it out in front of me. So this setup is essentially 2 years in the making of trying to find what works for me. And at this point, I can literally at any point during a satellite pass, put a blindfold on, spin around 6 times, take the blindfold off, look at my thing, and be on the satellite in about 3 seconds.
Can you 360 no-scope the satellite?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Very good, man.
Yeah, it's CS 1.6 all up in here.
Right, yeah, that's right, buddy. You got the reference. Good.
Yeah, but this setup's worked pretty good for me. It looks a little complicated, but going through the build, it's really not.
That's
and
cool.
I'm just doing these videos just to try and help out people. I know there's a lot of people who are struggling to track satellites, and it's hard if you're not used to it. But once you get used to it and you find a setup that works for you, it's pretty easy.
Cool. Oh, well, that's great. I hope people. I'm gonna grab the actual video link and drop it so people will check it out. That's super cool. Right on. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. All right, then following up, Eric is Digital Rancher. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm just hanging out tonight, just listening, enjoying all the crazy twists and turns of the after chat as usual. Not a whole lot going on. I'm still in my ham radio detox mode after Hamvention. I did do a thing today though, and I feel like I need to take a shower. I created an Instagram account.
Oh, it's great.
It even
Instagram's
pains me to
fantastic.
say it. Well, I'm not a Meta fan, so
I see.
It was a struggle, but I got it done. So I figure I need to jump in that game. So, but that's it. I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm drinking some Jenny Cream Ale from Mike N2MAK. He brought it out for me at Hamvention. So just enjoying a few beers and listening to all the chat.
Very good. Let me ask you a question about your social medias. Are you on any other platforms other than YouTube? Like, are you on Facebook?
Just X.
Just X. Okay.
No, I don't do Facebook.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, I have been on Instagram probably since the beginning of Instagram. I really like Instagram. It's different, right? Like the reels there.
Well,
Reels. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I really liked it when it first came out.
Oh, I see. Okay,
right?
gotcha.
I used to do a lot of, stuff just for the ranch stuff, right? I had a lot of goat stuff on there and, just stuff I would do around the ranch here. And then it just kind of like went in a different direction. And that's when I jumped out of it. And I just hadn't touched it for a while. So I created a digital rancher account today, and I'm going to start trying to remember to post some stuff out there. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the world's out there. So I needed to jump in and see what's going on.
My reels on, if I post a reel on YouTube, sometimes they can take off wildly, but I have had better experience on Instagram and just more consistent. Like TikTok, I can have a reel that'll just blow up and it'll be 200,000 views or whatever. But Instagram's just like chilling. It's just always solid, lots of engagement, lots of people talking. It's pretty cool. Instagram's actually pretty fun. I haven't used it enough. I should probably. I don't have the time to leverage anything more than I'm already doing. But it's
I think somebody was telling me that it's got like the most congenial crowd, right? It's kind of the most. You're not going to get all kind of the flaming maniacs don't seem to hang out as much in Instagram for whatever reason. So
at least in our area, in our niche. But I've also found every social media platform is like that. Aside from Facebook, Facebook is a lot of salty people on there. But most people are pretty chill. Most people seem to be pretty chill. So
yeah. Unless you buy a radio before someone got one shipped to them, then they're pretty good. But
yeah.
We don't know anything about that.
Well, right on. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that.
Thanks for having.
Somebody asked me what am I drinking tonight, and I'm actually still working on that bottle from Adam. This is the Woodford Reserve bottle that he gave. Oh, I can see myself in the background. That he gave to me at the camp out, and it's pretty strong stuff. We put a big dent in it during the podcast 2 weekends ago, or maybe, I guess 2 weekends ago. It's good. It's a good one. It's spicy, man. It's spicy. It's pretty hot, but it's good. The bottle's sweet though. The big old glass bottom on this bottle, like literally that's the bottom of it. You can't even tell on the green screen, but this is super cool. It's a cool bottle. Yeah, Leia believed it was a little burny, but it wasn't that bad. It's still pretty good. Yes, I did, and I put ice in Leia's too to drop it down a little bit. It did soften the impact a little bit, but yes, thank you again, Adam. We do appreciate it. All right, next is Chris with technology. Did I get it? Am I close? Tell me how you pronounce that name, bud.
I say it technology.
Technology. Got it. Okay. Yeah. How's it going, man? What have you been up to?
Recovering from Hamvention.
Yeah, I bet.
It was just great meeting everyone and just kind of Just the whole weekend was fun. I loved it.
Yeah. What do you got coming up on your channel?
Oh, I've got some antennas to build, and just wanting to get out and make some videos. Got my new camera set up for Hamvention now. That can help me jumpstart it, and then just want to get out and do some POTA.
Nice. Yeah, always be doing the POTA. Very good.
Hey, Chris, I got something for you.
Yeah, what's up?
By next week's after chat, I want to see Atlas's footage up on your YouTube.
Yeah. So I got an Atlas cam, and so I'm just gonna do that video. I think it'd be kind of fun just to see like how many people like find just the video of the dog. There's so many dog people out there. It's crazy.
What's an Atlas cam? What is that?
My dog.
Oh, okay.
The big white.
Oh,
dog.
yeah. Now I'm putting the face to it. You should have just said the big white dog, and I would have recognized you immediately. Okay. Yes, I would. I totally want to see the upload of the Atlas cam. That would be great.
It's kind of chopped up because my camera wasn't working right.
That's okay.
It's an
Just
old
add
Hero
a
4,
transition.
but
Add a transition, you'll be fine.
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. But it's quite a lot, and then probably gonna put some music to it and see how it goes, I guess.
Right on. Well, very good. I look forward to that. That's a lot of fun. I'm going to make sure to click subscribe right now because I don't think I had you on my list. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Next is Andrew, the Broke Ham. How's it going, man?
It's going great. Much like Chris, just kind of coming down from that Dayton Hamvention high. You know, that was a ton of fun meeting all these people I've talked to. So it was pretty cool. I didn't quite hand out all of my stickers, but I did hand out a good huge chunk of them. So
good.
Yeah.
Did you get a lot of videos at Hamvention?
You know, I should have done more, but this is my first convention, so I was partly just kind of soaking it in, and partly trying to get up the nerves to go talk to people with a camera. You know, it's kind of a weird thing to do with people. So
I gotta say,
kind of like.
Oh, sorry. Every year that I come back from Hamvention, I feel the same way. I should have done more. You will always feel that way, so I guess don't worry about it that much. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. In end of second day, I was like, man, I finally got my stride. It was end of second day, and then Sunday I actually took my son because he loves radio and he loves seeing all the stuff. So I didn't film anything the third day, but we had a fun time.
Right on. Very cool. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Then last on the list, who's normally first on the list, but this week it is Bill, Ham Radio Tectonics. How you doing, man?
Hey, Josh. How you doing, man?
I'm good. You made it home okay, and everything's right with you?
Everything's right with me, man. I had a great time seeing you guys. I wasn't quite myself this Hamvention. I had hurt my ankle, so I didn't really get around and see everybody. I passed through a couple times, but spent a lot of time at the meetup spot, and yeah, but I had a great time. Met a lot of people that I had only talked to on the stream, and I got a couple of videos, and yeah. Oh, by the way, that 34-foot whip, I'm playing with that. I got that from Steve after More Expo.
It's wild.
So yeah, I want to shoot a couple videos on that, and I got a little bit of interest in that. So gonna have some fun with that. Other than that, just plugging away at it, going to work, and hanging out with you guys.
Right on. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a good show. There was a lot that's gone down before and after. You know, we'll talk about stuff in the future maybe. But yeah, all in all, I mean, the that whole FTX thing and people freaking out about them being sold. It made me a little like, I don't know if sad's the right word, but like Hams, come on, we're supposed to be like some smart people, and the fact that we don't understand how commerce works freaks me out a little bit. You guys are making me a little worried. Such a weird thing for people to get upset about, but hey, I don't know. All right, very good. Is there anything else I need to hit on? Do we need to do any more experimentation that I might have missed in the after chat? Because we tried a lot of things, but
so two things. As far as the commerce goes, I don't think anyone except those of us in the commerce trade or that have been in it really understand all the minute nuances of everything that has to go on. You got the stuff coming over, then you got to transfer, depending upon the container, you got to transfer from one container to another container, and then get that shipped out either by truck or rail to the local store or to the general hub or whatever.
Yeah.
And then shipped out from there. And there's just so many minor little tiny steps, and 90% of the population just doesn't know that.
I guess it's kind of like knowing where your food comes from my point of view. Like, I guess that's true that most people don't know where their food actually comes from. Like, we got to kill all these cows and eat it as a steak.
Oh yeah.
I guess that's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Now my big question, and you don't have to prove this tonight. Maybe you have it for a video in the future, but according to John, now we're sort of taking a slight speculation train here. It's a short hop. Does it actually do full duplex? Because apparently the FTM 500 does, and we were told it doesn't. Does the FTX? Okay, we've tried that.
Yeah, the FTM 500 does do full duplex.
Because it's dual receive on VHF UHF with the capability of doing digital.
I think Eric will explain that anything that has crossband does full duplex.
Yeah, it doesn't have crossband.
I get that, Bill. But I was asking specifically about the new FTX1 because supposedly it didn't do it, but supposedly the FTM didn't either. Anyway, okay, cool.
Yeah. So
I meant the 500.
Yes, the 500 is, but the FTX is not full duplex.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the 500. That's the one I was talking about.
No, I was just using it as a reference, Bill. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
So Carl Capito says the big issue was the lack of communication, talking about HRO. But see, this goes back to my comment, the correction that I made, and this is why the communication is so problematic here, or not problematic, difficult. Yaesu had the radios in Cypress, California, and at some point they then distributed them to the HROs. They didn't announce it to HRO, they just shipped them to HRO because the orders were in. And because they didn't have final tracking numbers for all of you, there's nothing really HRO could say. Like, what do they need to say? I don't see the need for I don't see the need for communication. So therefore, the lack of communication is not a problem to me. But I heard a lot of people mention this comment. It was the lack of communication from HRO. What do they need? What do they need to do? Like, they are shipping the radios as fast as they can. When radios show up, they're shipping them, and that includes the ones that showed up at Hamvention, and they shipped them to people's hands and sold them. That's it. That's it. I don't feel a company needs to justify the fact that they sold radios. They just sold them. That's it. Nobody got stepped on. Their pre-orders were not supplanted by someone else. None of that happened. None of the claims or anything like that happened. So I don't know.
So I'm surprised Steve didn't just say it in chat because he is in here tonight. He said it's always been the unwritten rule: buy in Dayton, get show price, free shipping, and no tax.
Yeah, if anything, we've diverged from that. Some of that. So once upon a time, radios would drop at Hamvention. Like, you would go to Hamvention to buy the latest and greatest. You would buy the new radio from that company, and you would take it home. That's changed with the proliferation of easy ship online shopping and all that stuff. But that used to be how it went.
Back in the day, that's exactly how we would do it. We would wait for the radio, and this is going back into the early 90s. You would wait for the radio for the show. They'd tease it. You'd go to the show, buy it, free shipping, no tax, and a week later it was on your doorstep. And that was with the show deal. And that's with everyone. And there were several more vendors. It's funny because now there's only a few large ham radio box houses left. But back in the day, there was competition. You would go play which dealer had the best price, and they would battle each other sometimes. I remember back in the days of AES and HRO, those guys were all right across from each other, and you'd walk back and forth for the best price.
Yeah, I mean it's changed a lot. Like now prices are kind of locked in. There's not a lot of negotiating or all that stuff for contract reasons.
Yeah, and between the internet, Amazon, and eBay, that pricing is very blurred. So it's very difficult to find a real true quote deal these days.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting, particularly on a brand new radio. Those deals are I feel like where we're seeing the biggest deals on the radios that are like a year to 3 or 5 years old, that's where you see like when a new radio comes out, then the company that has the radio that's like 2 years old all of a sudden like drops the price during Hamvention to try and move through a bunch of supply. So that's a thing. Like the FT5 FT5DR had a fantastic
good
price
example.
last year.
Great example.
And that was kind of on the heels of the D75 coming out from Kenwood. And then this year, the FTX1 was kind of like released. And so then the 705 had a discount. It had a sale during Hamvention. So as always, like there's two paramount times that a ham should be most interested in prices to find a deal is Black Friday. But Black Friday is kind of taking a backseat to Hamvention. Hamvention is still like when you can get the best prices. Hamvention prices are legit good. Yeah, because the field, the 710 field was super cheap. It was super cheap during Hamvention, and I think last year too. Yeah. Oh no, because it came out last year. So, all right. Let's see. Is there anything else? I think we. Oh, let's just open it up. Is there any question that we didn't answer? You've been hanging on. You've been waiting for your chance to ask a question. Anyone, go for it. Go with the questions right now. And I mean that like you've been waiting, so go for it.
I got one for you.
Go ahead, Garrett.
Okay. Anyone with the G90 with the latest beta version of 1.80B1. It supposedly fixes a number of issues, including the freezing waterfall issue. However, I noticed Radiati's website no longer has it available for download. I'm wondering if anyone knows why, or if there's any bugs with it.
I don't, because I have not updated my G90. Does anyone know here in the chat or in on YouTube land?
I would suggest that might be a question for temporarily offline.
I was just thinking TO is the one. Get engage TO. Engage with TO. This might be a Toads question. Are you on Toads?
I don't believe so, but I will definitely look and see if I can find that.
Yeah, okay. So temporarily offline and Smoking Ape and Chuck. Who else? Who else am I thinking about?
Big Jim.
Big Jim, yeah. They all have a Discord called Toads, and you can find it on pretty much any of their channels. Go to Temporarily Offline's channel and join their Discord. Ask this question. That might actually be. They're probably already talking about it. Oh, there you go. Mike just dropped it. Thank you, Mike. Admin Mike of the Ham Radio Crash Course Discord is dropping the link to another Discord. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
The only person that could do it, I was going to send Garrett a direct message with it, but that works too. There you go, Garrett.
People can't drop links to other Discords? Oh, we probably blocked that because people... By the way, I will mention this. I love the fact that hams are making Discords. I think that's great. But if you DM me to join your Discord that has 5 people in it, no offense, but like... I got enough going on with what I got going on. Like, build it up a little bit. I'm on Toads. I'm on Ham Radio 2.0s. I'm on a myriad of other Discords, and I don't ever go over there because I'm too busy with my own Discord. So it's crazy, man. There's so many Discords out there for Ham Radio right now, which thank you, or I guess you're welcome, because I think we were the first ones that did it. Thank you, Dom. You're the one who kind of kicked this whole thing off. But yeah, just keep that in mind. If you got five members.
That's why I don't have a Discord.
Yeah,
server.
dude, it's a job, man. We got more than 11 admins on the Ham Radio Crash Course.
I can't imagine ignoring any more messages than I already ignore.
Bro, you have no idea. It's crazy. Wait, somebody asked, did we figure out how to do FT8 on the Yaesu FT1X? No, because, well, it's not on HamLib yet. HamLib is like behind the scenes, like how to send cat control commands to things like, or through WSJTX and whatnot. And HamLib has not been updated for FTX, and there's no way to like backdoor it. By the way, if you remember when the 705 came out, you could just change the cat code to the same as the 7300, and then you could do WSJTX. I did that. I showed that like when it came out.
I was just about to ask that if
that's
the
what
7300 worked.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
so
it was like 94H, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, or A4, I think, is the 705.
Whatever it is.
Like
yeah.
But you would change the cat code, but it was the same cat commands, right? So why is the Yaesu's different cat commands, kids? I don't know. I don't know what's so special about it.
Does not work with the FTDX10. Doesn't work with the 710.
Nope.
Doesn't work with the 818, the 817.
I mean, I can take a screenshot.
50D.
Wait, you're telling me it works with the FTDX10? It did not when I tried it. So yes, if you have your FTX working with your computer on WSJTX, I want to know what the config is. Send me the config.
I can take a screenshot. I got it working not with the DX10 but with the 991A.
Oh, see, that's.
I tried the 991A.
But not with just WSJTX. That's not how I run. So I run HamLib rig control D. I run that through FLRig with a 991A profile, and then I use the NEC connection to rig control D from WSJTX, and it works just fine.
Jesus Christ, man, that's a ton of applications.
That is
you're
not
running.
K8MRD approved.
I mean, that's my standard way of working. I mean, I use Linux, so I have a way of just have scripts.
So could you just use FLRig then to do the connection?
I didn't try that alone, but I'll try it. Yeah.
I would love it. Like
you
if
said
you
with
could
the
DM
991 alpha.
Yeah, so if I can't do it directly from WSJTX, I think it's because the compiled HamLib in WSJTX is a little old.
Yeah.
But if I use the HamLib itself has an executable called rig control D. If you use that and use the 991A profile, it works okay.
I want to know what your workflow is. If you can get it to work on FLRig, I'd like to know your settings. That would be fantastic.
I'll send you the details.
But he's got something before FLRig.
Sorry, no.
You got three things going on, right?
No, actually, FLRig is the first in the path. I should have clarified that.
That's why I was asking about FLRig. It's the thing that's connecting to the radio. So if he got it to work with FLRig, I want to know what those settings are, because that's then I can use the FTX1 and take it to Hawaii and do digital.
You're going FLRig, and then you're opening WSJTX, and you're pointing it to FLRig.
No, FLRig brokers the connection to the radio, and then in WSJTX you set the radio to FLRig, and then it goes local, it goes to whatever IP address you want. But so you set an IP address. It could be a remote server. It could be local 127.0.0.1, whatever. If that makes sense.
You know I'm out once you set IP address, so.
Leave it at 127.0.0.1, and you're fine.
So what about just setting the rig to none and just using PTT over DTR or RTS? That should at least be a workaround to get you working.
Yeah.
You won't have band control.
That's true.
But at least that way it'll work. Because it should work over RTS or DTR.
Yeah, you're right. It will work on RTS. I believe that's exactly what's in the manual because I was looking that up, and it mentions that in the digital modes that it does RTS. So that's true. I could do that. Yeah, I guess I was just being lazy.
So, Josh, a real quick fun question that came in a little bit 10 minutes ago now. Will the IC705 come down now in price?
I think so. Business pressures would imply that if you want demand to go up, lower the price, and with a new radio like a competitor being on the market, you would expect that the other radio would go down. I think so. It would make sense if it would. Probably the fact that it went right back up to exactly the price it's at, I don't know. So maybe give it 2 months.
Yeah, I'd say wait until all the craziness, all the things that aren't working are working, because right now I think a lot of people might shy away from it.
I think that, like, as always, I think every brand and company knows that when a new radio comes out, all the loyalists or people like me and whomever come out and they're like, yes, I gotta get my hands on this thing. Blah, blah, blah. We're not a good market, like we are not the people you want to base a market trend off of. Once it's stabilized and come down a little bit with the intensity, that's when you start looking at like the trends of how well it's selling. Yaesu's been doing very well though this last couple of years with the radios that they've introduced with HF, 710, DX10. Like it's all been really good. So I'm assuming this is going to be a popular one. I am now more than I was when like the DX10 came out and the 710. I was like, aren't you guys kind of starting to slice up your own market share? The FTDX10 kind of like obliterates the 991 market share. I don't know how much longer that radio is going to be around, and then it also kind of cannibalizes its own base a little bit, but it's all in-house, so like from their point of view, they're like, I don't care which radio you buy, just buy a radio. That's all we want you to do. So in a lot of ways, it's good.
So something I want to try and clarify here, because I've seen a few people try and mention that they have it working, because we've thrown around DX10, 710, etc. The FTX1, which is the new radio, does not have the cat control in HamLib yet. Right. And in some of like when the 710 came out, you could use the 991A's cat controls to do some limited commands and make it work. That's what everybody's trying to do when they say, oh, we've tried the DX10, we've tried the 710.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the FTX1 to work with these other radios' cat controls. Right. So it's not that those other radios aren't working. They're working fine. They're all good. Yeah. It's the new FTX1 series that's having an issue.
We're nerding out hard with the new radio to see what makes it work, or what we can do to make it work.
Exactly. I've seen a few comments here and there saying, "Oh, in the chat right now saying, oh, we've gotten it working with the DX10." Well, we're not talking about the DX10. We're not talking about the 710. We're talking about the FTX1.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing that if you read the FTX1F's manual, and to be fair, I'm only about 2/3 of the way through it. To be fair, but somewhere in the beginning, it's like go to yaesu.com and download the PC driver. Well, guess what's not on Yaesu's website? I was just there yesterday. That's how I noticed, Josh, that Yaesu has a new website.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to download the manuals on my home computer. I downloaded them when we were at Hamvention. And it 404. Like, it was the links were there, but they 404'd out. So I was like, so they must have just changed the website.
That's right. The links also broke. Yeah, a bunch of links are broken. That got crawled by Google. So if you search like for a manual, it's broken. You have to go to the Yaesu website and then navigate to the manual. Yeah. I did the same thing, Mike. I did the same thing.
Yeah, but the manual links are broken. Fortunately, I downloaded them on my MacBook Air, so I just airdropped them to my main computer, so I have them. Right. Because I keep all the manuals in like a shared folder across all of my devices, right?
Look at you with the data convergence. Good.
Well, don't give me too much. That's as computer literate as I am.
Well,
it looks like the manuals are back to being able to be downloaded.
They are.
I just checked.
They are, but
and
if you Google the link,
Yeah, they actually have the advanced manual up and the APRS manual and the group monitor manual up now.
Yeah,
on the new page.
While you're talking, yeah, they do. You can get that on the new page. Yes.
You click the link and it actually downloads, or does
Yes.
it 404?
No.
Okay.
So it's the Google links that are broken right now.
Oh no, I was on Yaesu's website and I went to the files on the FTX1F, and then I scrolled down, and it's like they had the verbiage for all the different manuals, but then you clicked on them, and they just 404 it out. Yeah, so scroll down, go to files. And
yeah,
then,
so if I pull up the
click on those.
APRS one, yeah, it links. So I love
Okay.
this. So I went through this whole manual, this APRS thing, because I've been talking to Jason, KM4ACK. And he and I are going back and forth, like, APRS, like, how do we get this to work? Because, like, the FTX has got to be one of the best platforms because the screen is so freaking big to do APRS on. So we're super jazzed about that. But swear to God, whatever. Let me scroll down here. Where are we going? Hold on.
I want to hear this.
So
maybe if you spend the money for the Bluetooth module,
nope,
you'd get a nice user interface and an app.
And
on
I'll tell you,
phone.
I'll tell you why. Because one of the things you can do with APRS is you can just lock a location. Like the radio will allow you to lock your location. You give it a lat long, and it's like, this is where I'm at. I'm beaconing from this spot. So in that sense, it's just like I'll bypass all the GPS stuff, and I'm just going to use this location, which is great. That's its design. So this works. If I click on the APRS like message list or the APRS, what's the other one? There's another one. Is it the next one? One of these guys. Anyway, you can pull up the list of the people you've heard, and that works. I can pull up the list of all the APRS stations that are beaconing, and I can pull up a list of messages I've received. But if you look at the screen here, this screen is it's devoid of any other things. Like there's no click on the name and then reply. And so let's say I clicked on it, and they've got a screenshot for that. So that's the message that you receive. There's no reply button. There's no way to say, reply to that call sign. Thank you so much for your message. It's great to hear from you. There's just nothing. And you can only go back. It's just a beaconing thing. It's just a beaconing box it's an inbox. You got an inbox with no ability to reply. So I went, okay, yeah, receiving messages. Sure, there's a section for receiving messages. Great, going through that. I can delete messages. Great, I can do that too. And then that's it. It's just done. You can't compose a message. You can't type in a call sign. You can't add text. You can't send. You cannot reply to a message. Nothing. The HTs work better than this. The mobile radios work better than this. This is like they left a major component of APRS just on the table. Like no one developed anything for it.
So they took everything that Jason hates about the FTM 500
and amplified
it. Down on it.
Yes.
Doubled down.
Yes. Totally. I can only imagine Jason's face and what he said when he realized what was going on.
When I think it was last year at Huntsville, Jason came to my campsite because he wanted to see my mobile install. And he's coming from the FTM 500, and I got the FTM 300. Like, I just got it. I just installed it before I came out to Huntsville. And, like, I was beaconing APRS, and, like, this is me talking.
Right.
And Jason gets in my car, and he's like, somebody messaged me, like, when I was driving. And so I received an APRS message.
Yeah.
And Jason's like, okay, so you go in here, and then you touch this, and then, oh. Wait, that's different.
Yes.
And literally, KM4ACK is sitting in my car for like 5-10 minutes, trying to figure out how to just reply to an APRS message on the FTM 300.
Oh, the 300. Okay.
This is on my 300. That's in my car right now.
Yes. Yeah.
And now Yaesu has gone to lower standards,
Yeah.
and they made it even more complicated.
It's super crazy. So the 300 has its own APRS interface, and then the 500 has its own APRS interface. And I remember, like, how long has that radio been out for? 2 years now?
Which one?
Yeah. So we were at.
The 300 is already discontinued, by the way.
Right. I bought the 500, and I literally bought it sight unseen from the HRO and took it out to the HRCC campout, and I put it in the Go box, and we're like, we're going to do some APRS things because we were at a really good vantage point where you could do that kind of stuff. And I got I sat there for like 30 minutes, maybe even longer, poking around the menu, figuring out how to like reply to messages and create a message. And I got so frustrated, I stood up and I'm like, I can't do it. I don't know how to do this.
Try to do that while driving.
It drove me crazy.
You'll die.
Yeah. And then from the 500 now to the FTX, it's even worse. So we went from like the penultimate, which was the FTM 400. The FTM 400 is like such a good APRS radio. Yaesu, that's their radio. That's their boy.
Okay.
Great radio.
Hang on. Let me break in, Josh.
Yeah.
I have a friend who tentatively wants to trade at Huntsville. He'll be at Huntsville. I think you know him.
Okay.
His name's Jose. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
He wants to trade his FTM 400 for my FTM 300.
Yes, immediately. 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 A straight
just an even
trade?
Swap, I think. I don't think any money.
Oh my gosh.
We're just friends. Like, he was out here in Texas. I took him around. We went to Don's house, hung out, did a POTA. Like, we're JerryNet friends. We're OG.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
so,
immediately.
But I don't know if I'd want to do that to him. Because I know, and I'm not an APRS guy, but there's a couple reasons I bought the 300, mostly because of the size. But everyone talks highly of the 400. Nobody talks highly of anything post FTM 400.
I think that actually this would be a really interesting video from through your eyes. I think that the Yaesu FTM 400 is one of the best radios they ever made from a user experience point of view. So I would love to see your thoughts.
And then they fired them all.
Dude, I don't know what happened. But that is one of the best radios from a user experience point of view.
Well, like I said,
I
cut my
love
teeth.
it. I still have it. I don't know why I'm not using it. I should put it. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I think I'm gonna set it back up. I love that radio. You remind me how much I love that radio right now.
That's what everybody says, though.
It's great. It's really good.
I have to remind people, as much as like I have the ICOM muscle memory now.
Oh yeah.
But I cut my teeth on a Yaesu FTM FT 450. Like, you want to talk about deep F menus?
You want to talk about that deep F? Yeah.
And then the 891. So like my HF learning experiences were with Yaesu, and then I found ICOM. My dad's an ICOM guy.
Yeah.
But I think it was more I was just watching I was like, this is like probably 2017. I'm like, do I get a 991A or a 7300? Like, those were the two.
Oh yeah, I remember that time.
Like,
that felt like
a
big step. That was a big step from the 991 to the 7300. The 7300 was like a completely different animal to the 991 from my point of view.
But the 991 had VHF and UHF.
That's right. That's what kept
But the
it kicking.
waterfall was garbage.
Yeah,
and I looked at him extensively because I didn't know,
it was like the Whopper was.
I didn't know anything about either of them, and I just looked at what I thought was a more enjoyable user experience.
Yeah.
And ICOM won.
I got to spit this out because this has been an ADD squirrel for me, and I was trying to get in before you went down the APRS rabbit hole. At least Yaesu got their website fixed ASAP and didn't have an SSL cert fail on them or expire on them and wait 12 plus hours to get it redone. I'm not going to name names, but if you saw it, you saw it.
Yo, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. We live in a very, like, in an engineering term, what we would say is our engineering base is very top heavy right now. A lot of senior people on the top, and then it kind of just goes like this and tapers all the way down to the bottom. I don't know.
Sorry, I had the ADD squirrel with that one because
they recovered. They recovered. They recovered it.
Yeah, they recovered.
Of all the things that they could have had a problem with, that is like not that big a deal. It got sorted out.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
Well, very, very bad timing. I'll leave it at that.
Sure. Yeah. All right. I think I'm good. And, all right. Last call. I think I already did a last call, but one more last call, and then I'm gonna wrap it up because we went down the rabbit hole on that last one. Oh, thank you, Econ Frost, for all that details. I'm gonna get this going in the morning when I wake up. Go ahead.
Can anybody hear Shane, AJ5SJ here, Adventures in Blind Videography? I'm trying this for the first time.
You're making it, Shane.
Hi, Shane.
How you doing, man?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you. This has been wonderful. I have a question.
Okay, go for it.
Question about this Wonder Radio, the FTX1. Now, I'm a blind operator, for those who don't know. I use a little remote that Yaesu charges over $100 for called an FH2.
Okay.
And this remote allows you to record voice messages or CW messages.
I own this.
But it also,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead.
With the 891 and below, I don't know if it does. It didn't work with the 991. I'm assuming because of the touchscreen. It allows you to change frequency. So a blind person can say, I need to go to 14250. You can go tap, 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 and it will go there to the correct frequency. My question is, does the new FTX1 work with the FH2? Because if it doesn't, there's absolutely no way a blind person can use this at this point.
I have no idea, but I have this remote. I have this remote connected to my 891 because it's one of the only ways you can do CW keying. So I will I will grab it and check it.
It's the only way you can go from frequency to frequency on the 891 unless you use up and down.
Now,
and so that's the only way I'm able to use my 891. Otherwise, I can't use it. So I need to know if I need to even worry about this, or will the 710 use the... Okay. I need to know, man. If you'll find out, that'd be great.
Okay, so that's a really good question. I have this in my truck. I'll yank it out of my truck tomorrow and test it on the the FTX1. So this is a really good question because, hypothetically, while you have the on-screen control to type in the frequency, obviously with someone that's sight impaired, you're not going to have the same user experience with that. This remote is one of the only ways to have that capability. So that is a really good question, and I noted that myself. It's like, oh, there's no keypad. There's no keypad anywhere on any of this stuff. So that is a very good question. I will check that out tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I love all you guys. You guys are wonderful. This is my very first time on Discord. It's not a very friendly blind friendly program, but hey, I'm here and I'm thrilled that I made it. So 7-3 to everybody, especially my buddy Ham Radio 2. Thanks, Josh.
Shane, I am so glad to hear you are here, man. I'm ecstatic.
Hey man, I made my first POTA. I had 114 contacts.
Hey, good for you, buddy.
Crap.
Yep,
That's
first POTA ever. I was using an old guy's 857 Delta, and that is the sweetest radio I've ever seen.
Nice.
I like it.
Yeah, so it was fun. We went up here to the wildlife preserve just above our house, and I sat there in the woods. And you talk about being scared to death for a blind guy. Being sitting in the woods, that was some scary stuff.
Shane, I'll just say this much. By the way, it's Frank, Ham Radio Wilderness. You got onto Discord, you got the PTT set up, all of that. You're 100 times ahead of any of us sighted folk. Absolutely.
I was gonna say,
way to go with that.
Remember getting me on PTT like 8 years ago?
Yeah, that's true. You're better than a lot of our sighted
blind.
new users. Yeah, you nailed it, man. You had no problem.
So good job, Shane and Josh. When you find that out, if you don't have a way to get to Shane, I think I have your information. Still, I'll shoot you an email if Josh can't get to you.
Yeah, the concern I have is already coming up in the chat. Is everybody saying it's like it's not mentioned in the manual or the brochure that it works with the FH1? So that's disconcerting because that's That's a sunk cost. It's a product that people already bought, and it's a perfectly usable product. It's actually really, really nice. It's again one of the better accessories from Yaesu. They should make this work.
Blind people are a huge demographic in ham radios. I know more blind hams than I do sighted hams, and so many of the current radios we have to either use with a computer or don't use, and that's why I love my little 891 because it allows me to go from my G90. You can do it from the microphone. It works like a champ. My little QMX Plus, I have no clue. I just flip buttons everywhere. There's no way to tell.
Yeah, Shane, let me ask you a question because you brought up a really good point. Do you feel like as technology is improved in the amateur radio space that it's kind of walked away from the blind community to a degree?
Josh, I have a Kenwood TS480.
Okay.
SAT.
Yeah.
The little radio that the body sits under the table and the head sits up there real pretty on top of your desk.
Yeah.
That radio is 100% accessible without speech. Kenwood is the only manufacturer currently that is making radios that are accessible. Now, everybody says, well, ICOM has speech. Yes, it does, but it's speech after the fact. In other words, you can't go to a frequency on an ICOM 705, which I own. You have to wait till you get to a frequency and push the button to find out what it is.
Right. right. Yeah.
So your question is dead on, and yes, the ham radio has moved way away from one of the biggest demographics in ham radio. The blind community is huge. We've got guys in Arkansas here. We're all active on All-Star and the weather. We've been using All-Star long before sighted people were using All-Star. So
I like that. I like it.
I think you're 100% right about that.
Yeah.
It had
That's up a
definitely
good
gone.
point too, and I'm not saying this in jest, but as populations mature out of the hobby, one of the things is vision loss. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
As we get older, I'm becoming more colorblind now. Red, green.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and I'm only 45.
Well, I can tell you something, sir.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, he and I have emailed a couple times.
Oh, and what I wanted to tell you, you have helped me more than you will ever realize you've helped me. And I'm not saying that to pump your ego. It doesn't need pumping. But
it doesn't.
You have. And yesterday I received my yes, it is. I received my toxic waste from Amazon in the mail yesterday.
You got the candies?
Yes, I did, and it's about to kill me. It's about to kill me.
The Mega Sour Challenge, though.
Oh my gosh, yes! I loved every minute of it.
This is your video.
You ate the Mega Sour Challenge?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes, all of them.
In a row?
In a row, and it hurt. It honestly burned the inside of my jaws, and my gums are still sore. It burned. Yeah.
It literally dissolved the inside of my mouth, and I have
100% right. Yes.
I have pictures of the skin that peeled away on my tongue and cheek that I will not.
It burned.
Where is this video?
Josh, it was a live stream.
It was a live stream.
It was a live stream.
Just hit live. It's probably just hit live. It's the last one.
The Mega Sour. That's right. Okay, I do want to try these because I'm a big. I grew up on eating Warheads, like a whole bag of Warheads. I'd sit in the back of my dad's car just eating on those.
That's nothing.
Nothing. Warheads look like sweet tarts.
I'm a sour. I will eat a lemon raw and eat it happen. I'm that kind of guy.
Well, this makes Warheads look like sweet candy.
Yeah, it's
so I did the whole challenge
for the.
I did the whole challenge and paid the price. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This
so
is
the one
the Mega
it looks in a bag, the Mega Sour Challenge 44. Buy that. It comes in a jar. I don't know why they picture it in a plastic thing. It comes in a little plastic screw-on cap jar.
My mouth is watering.
You get
just
two
looking at
each
this.
of each flavor.
You do. I got the plastic jar.
Y'all gotta stop. Y'all are making me hungry.
It literally dissolved the inside of my mouth.
And you ate all of them, Mike?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. On a live stream.
He's not exaggerating, guys. He's not exaggerating.
Mike.
Here, Josh, I'm going to text you some pictures. I'm going to text you one of my tongue, and I'm going to text you one of my finger.
Just
and that
touching
is skin
it?
that came from my mouth. Well, I ate all 9 of them in a row.
Got it. Yeah.
This sounds like a first date material, not eating sour heads.
Mike,
I have to. I'm going to buy this. I think I'm going to buy it right now.
And Josh, feel free to post these.
Just post them on the Discord.
Oh, I guess I could do that.
Yeah.
Mike, all I gotta say is, look at you turning into a Texan version of Vince. Let Mike spend your money for you.
Oh, toxic waste. Toxic waste is great. Toxic waste has absolutely nothing on these.
Oh, this is making my mouth water just looking at this stuff. All right, I'm pushing pay now. Maybe that's how we kick off the next time I go live, because it's going to be a little bit of time.
In the chat.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Josh, thanks for taking my question, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. And I'm sorry that the radios are, not being as hospitable. I do know, because I have a number of people. I think you might have actually emailed me a couple of times too, but there's a number of people that are differently abled, particularly site-wise, that will send me messages or live stream and ask is there a button where you click something, hold it down, and it goes into a speaking voice that tell you the frequency, tell you what menu setting you're in, all that stuff. It's not as common as you expect on those newer radios anymore. I think it's a lot harder for that. So I've
got an FX4. I've emailed Mr. You, and I can't get an email back trying to find out about accessibility for that one. I've got one of Adam's microphones that I use on that one. Mm-hmm. And what's so stupid about modern ham radio, and I'm sorry, I'm a ham. I deal with what I've got. I use an ICOM 705 every time I get on HF because I've got the computer connected to it, and I'm able to use it cat control that way with Win for ICOM. But what's so stupid about modern ham radio, and I want this to get out anywhere, everywhere, is all these stupid Baofeng and little tiny Chinese handy-talkies and all of this, they all talk. And yet we get to menu, and you press the menu button, it says
menu.
TX.
Yeah.
Menu. And then you go, it doesn't tell you power output.
Right. So you don't know what you're setting. Yep.
But they think it's cool that they talk. Guys, it ain't cool that it talks. It's got to tell us something.
I hear you, man. And thanks for the comment and question. That's a good one. So appreciate you hanging out and going all the way through, getting Discord going. And yeah, I get it. It's not as helpful for you. I appreciate that, but yeah.
Thanks, my friend. 7-3.
7-3. All right, so
if I might break in for a second, I do have a question, but I'll save it for next time because it might take a minute. I am also disabled differently. I'm physically disabled, and I also kind of have some infuriations because last year my girlfriend went half in for my birthday, and I got a D75 for my birthday, and one of the big selling points for me was it had Bluetooth. Well, I have SMA, or spinal muscular atrophy, so I can't really pick things up because I'm weaker than a newborn baby. And, I was like, oh, this would be good. I can just attach a pair of Bluetooth headphones for it, and I'll be right as rain. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. My Galaxy Buds will not link to the radio because they do not support modern Bluetooth protocols.
Yeah,
it only supports an old protocol that nobody uses.
By the way, a lot of the HTs support older Bluetooth, and I don't know. This is me just conspiracy theory type stuff. That they want you to buy their Bluetooth dongle, which works with their radio, and a lot of times they're not very good. So you kind of get locked into this structure with their own company on buying their stuff, and it's not very helpful. So yeah, I hear what you're saying because I've had those shared experiences with trying to Bluetooth sync HTs, mobile radios, whatever, and it's just this is a mess. ICOM probably does it the best. The VC3 is probably the best dongle you can get. The little box that you plug your own earbuds into, so you get good quality audio, and then you can actually control the radio with it. That's good, but it doesn't have a keypad. That's the only downside.
So, Josh, I have an idea for you.
So, break.
Levi has a brake. Is this brake for emergency traffic? What are we doing here, Levi?
It's Levi and Contest Daddy.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're both
no.
here. We're driving home.
Oh, there
Anyway,
goes the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The reason we use radios use such old Bluetooth specs is because they can't afford to license it. It's a lot like HDMI. They
Yeah.
can't afford to license the modern spec from the Bluetooth region because if I remember right, it's like something like $100,000 to rent it to license it for a product line, and you just can't put that in. So that's why they use like Bluetooth 2 and 3 because they're old and they're free for now. So that's why
Well, I heard
they physically can't. It'd make a $1,000 HT.
Yeah, I heard to be called Bluetooth, it has to come from the Bluetooth region of France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling wireless.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So,
Thanks, guys.
So, wow, they are no, okay. So, while I understand that, most Kenwood, ICOM, and Yaesu all have military contracts.
No, they do not. No, they do not. No, they do not. That is blatantly wrong.
And commercial contracts. And they can easily make up the missing difference on getting the newer technology.
You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions.
Assumptions make an ass of you and me, and that is not how that works.
I can agree with Levi confidently on that.
Yeah, first of all, Yaesu no longer has a commercial vision. They sold Vertex to Moto. ICOM's commercial division is only for maritime radios, and those are not allowed to have Bluetooth.
And it's also a different division of the company.
Yeah, and also the way Bluetooth licenses, you have to pay your membership to the Bluetooth Foundation, which is like $1 million a year, and then per product you have to license the specific license to build Bluetooth into that product. It's very expensive.
Okay.
Just because you want to confidently say something does not make it right.
Okay, hold on. I think we beat that one to death. I need to move on to last questions because I got to get out of here. My kids are literally bugging the crap out of me. What are you going to say, Frank? Go ahead.
Before Levi jumped in, I was going to say maybe you could talk to Ray and John and Dawn and see if maybe they're, put a bug in their ear to try and, the next radio, make it a little more different body friendly for those that have, hearing issues or sight issues, et cetera, et cetera. I was going to say that, and I'll leave the dead horse alone.
Well, let me just say that, like, we were just talking about the Yaesu, the FH1 little, keypad. There's really not a reason that they can't make software and make the FTX work with that. Like, if it's something that's already working with the blind community, then they should just do that. Like, that's not a big deal. So yeah, I think that is a good feedback to go to John. I think that's good feedback. By the way, Yaesu's website, there's an email. You can email them and you can say, hey, I'm a disabled ham. I need the capability of having something that I can actually touch and feel the frequency I'm typing in. You already make this product. It's very good. I like it. I support it. I'm going to upgrade to the FTX1 or whatever. Can you please, make sure that works? There's no reason not to do that. That's good.
That's the problem. I don't think they're quite going to listen to, one or two individual people. But coming from someone like you or Mike, along with those people, they might actually take notice of that. That's
okay,
what
so
I was
now
trying to
you're
get
telling
at.
me I got to do something. Okay, I'll email folks that I know at Yaesu tomorrow and be like,
well, just
you're
put a little bug in your ear type thing.
You're getting some heat on the air here.
Like on the next live stream, you have John or Ray or Dawn on. Be like, so what about these people, and why can't today's radios be a little more friendly for them?
All right, so I got to take last calls on questions because I got to get out of here. So who's got a question? And this is it. Anybody?
Hey, Josh.
What's up, man? Go for it.
Yeah, Marge. Hey, I just want to thank you and the whole YouTube community for actually giving me and my mind in the right frame to get my license, because I'm going August 24th to hopefully get it.
All right, best of luck, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you.
Thank you. And like I said, if it wasn't for you and all the YouTube guys, I wouldn't have even thought about it.
Well, right on. Well, I'm glad we could introduce you to radio. So check it out and continue to push, man. You'll get there, I promise. So thank you. Thank you for your comments.
You can do it.
You can do it. All right, everybody. I got to get out of here. My kids are bugging me. They want to watch a movie, but it's already like 10:40, so I don't even know how they want. I don't know how that's all going to go down, but I got to get out of here and see what disaster they've caused. So, all right, I bought the sour challenge, so maybe I will have Mike on a live stream that I do where
I'd be curious.
do the sour challenge. So, see if I can get through it. I don't know. May not be able to. I'm pretty good with spicy, so.
Can we make it last 9 hours, though?
No, we cannot make it last 9 hours. Negative Ghost Rider. Depends on how quickly it gets to us, too, so I'll have to make that all work. So anyway, everybody, thank you for watching. I very much appreciate you. And, yeah, leave your comments literally leave your comments, because there's, like, so many things we left on the table, lots of different, stuff going on. Leave your comments, and we'll try and get them on the next one, or I'll make a video about it in the best of my ability to reply to you. So 73, everybody on the Discord. I'll talk to you later, okay? See ya.
See ya, Josh.
Yeah. All right, so now that those Discord guys are out of the way, everybody's still watching me on YouTube. I appreciate you. Make sure you like and subscribe this video. Again, leave the comments, so that's the best way I know that we didn't answer the question all the way. And you'd be surprised. Like, a lot of times when people leave comments or questions, I end up replying to those in the form of videos because they need a little bit better take. So, like the FH1 today, that little keypad, which maybe a lot of you didn't know about. Really cool little device. I actually, now that I think about it, I may have a different one, but I will do the best I can to figure out what's going on there. All right, everybody, have an amazing rest of your long, long weekend. Remember why Memorial Day exists. Give support to the people that lost their lives, the people that continue to support you in what we're, I'm getting ahead of myself thinking. Basically, support the people who volunteered to be a part of the armed services to protect us, regardless of whether or not you agree with that politically. They still laid down their lives. They gave everything for what we have. You don't necessarily need to agree politically, but at the same time, they still did what they did, and they deserve respect for that. So I appreciate you taking the time on Monday, on Memorial Day, to just think about that a minute if you can. It'd be great. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. Hopefully answered a lot of questions, got a lot of stuff done, and, man, answered some of my questions, tuned up my new FTX 1 with some parametric equalization. It sounded a lot better. So I'll leave it at that. 73 to everybody. See ya.